Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fanfic Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what-if stories and hidden magic. What if Odin and Frigg rescued 4-year-old Harry? And the All-Mother made him the god of runes? If you enjoy epic magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub. Now, let the story begin. The Child Beneath the Stairs. The house at number 4, Privet Drive sat like a grey stone monument to mediocrity, its perfectly manicured lawn a testament to the kind of obsessive normalcy that bordered on religious fervor. The street was silent in the way that only suburban England could be at 3 in the morning, a heavy, watchful quiet that seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to shatter the illusion of peace. Inside, the house was dark except for the faint glow of a night light in the hallway, placed there not for the comfort of children but to prevent any unfortunate accidents during midnight trips to the toilet. Vernon Dursley snored in the master bedroom, a sound like a constipated walrus attempting to breathe through a straw. Petunia lay beside him, her sleep disturbed by the vague, persistent unease that had become her constant companion ever since that terrible night 11 years ago. But it was neither Vernon's snores nor Petunia's restless dreams that disturbed the silence. Beneath the stairs, in a space so small it could barely be called a room, a 4-year-old boy lay curled on a thin mattress that smelled of dust and mothballs. His clothes were too big, hand-me-downs from Dudley that had been washed so many times the fabric had gone soft and thin. His glasses sat crooked on his face, held together by a piece of tape on the bridge. Harry Potter was not sleeping. His small body trembled with the cold that seeped through the walls, the chill of a November night that no thin blanket could ward off. His stomach ached with a hollow emptiness that had become familiar, the hunger that came from being given smaller portions than everyone else, from being told that good boys didn't ask for more. But it wasn't the cold or the hunger that kept him awake. It was the loneliness. It was a terrible, crushing weight that pressed down on his chest like a stone, a feeling so immense that it seemed impossible for such a small body to contain it. Harry had no words for what he felt. He was only 4 years old, and 4-year-olds didn't have the vocabulary to describe the kind of desolation that came from being unwanted, unloved, unseen. He understood, in the way that children understand things that adults sometimes forget, that something was fundamentally wrong with him. Why else would his aunt and uncle treat him like a burden? Why else would Dudley get all the toys, all the love, all the food? Why else would he be locked away under the stairs like a shameful secret? Sometimes, when the loneliness became too much to bear, strange things happened. Harry didn't understand these things either. He only knew that when he was very sad or very angry or very scared, the world seemed to bend around him. Light bulbs would flicker. The spiders that lived in the corners of his cupboard would scatter. Once, when Dudley had been particularly cruel, the glass in the kitchen window had cracked for no reason at all. His aunt and uncle called him a freak. A monster. They whispered about the unnaturalness that lurked inside him, about the strange things that happened whenever he lost control. And Harry, small and frightened and desperately lonely, had begun to believe them. Tonight the loneliness was worse than it had ever been. He had been punished again. He couldn't remember what for. There was always a reason, always some minor infraction that justified his confinement. Dudley had laughed when Aunt Petunia had locked the cupboard door. Vernon had grunted something about the freak learning his place. Harry pressed his small face into his pillow, trying to muffle the sobs that threatened to escape. Crying was a weakness. Crying meant more punishment. He had learned that lesson long ago. But the tears came anyway, hot and silent, soaking into the thin fabric. "Please," he whispered to no one, to the darkness, to the emptiness that surrounded him. "Please, someone. Anyone. I don't want to be alone anymore." The words were barely audible, a child's prayer to a God he'd never been taught to believe in. He didn't know who he was speaking to. He didn't know if anyone could hear him. But the words came from somewhere deep inside him, from a place that hadn't yet learned to stop hoping. And something heard. In the realm of Asgard, where the golden towers pierced the clouds and the halls of the gods gleamed with the light of a million stars, the All-Father sat upon his throne. Odin was not a young god. He had seen the birth of stars and the death of worlds, had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations that had crumbled to dust before the first human had drawn breath. His one good eye held the weight of millennia, and in his hand he clutched Gungnir, the spear that had never missed its mark. But tonight something stirred in his ancient heart. He felt it before he heard it, a ripple in the fabric of reality, a whisper of desperate magic that seemed to resonate through the very foundations of Yggdrasil. It was faint, so faint that any other being might have dismissed it as a trick of the wind or the imagination. But Odin was not any being. His gaze turned inward, his consciousness stretching across the 9 realms, searching for the source of that tiny, desperate plea. It was human, that much he could tell. Young, so impossibly young. And the magic was unlike anything he had ever encountered. "Frigg," he said, his voice a low rumble that echoed through the empty throne room. "Come to me." The All-Mother appeared at his side almost instantly, her gown trailing across the golden floor like starlight made liquid. Frigg was beautiful in the way that eternity was beautiful, ageless. Serene, her eyes holding the wisdom of countless lifetimes and the warmth of a mother's love. "Odin," she said, her voice like honey and thunder. "You felt it too." He nodded slowly. "A child. A human child calling out across the void. His magic. I have never sensed anything like it." Frigg's expression shifted, something ancient and knowing flickering in her gaze. "It is the Potter boy. The one from the prophecy. You know of him?" She smiled, a sad, knowing smile that had seen the fall of empires and the birth of heroes. "I have watched him, Odin. From the moment the Dark Lord fell, I have kept my eye upon that child. What was done to him, what continues to be done to him?" Odin's grip on Gungnir tightened. "What do you mean?" Frigg placed her hand on his arm, and images flooded into his mind, images of a small boy locked in a cupboard, of cruel words and crueler neglect, of loneliness so profound it had become a living thing. The Allfather's face darkened. "The mortals. They abuse him? They fear what they do not understand," Frigg said softly. "And their fear has become cruelty. That child has known nothing but pain since the moment he was left on their doorstep." Odin rose from his throne, his presence filling the hall with the weight of a god's fury. The air crackled with power, and the ravens Hugin and Munin took flight from their perches, circling above him like shadows given form. "Send for Thor," Odin commanded. "And prepare the Bifrost. I will go to Midgard myself." Frigg nodded, a hint of approval in her eyes. "I will accompany you. The child needs a mother's touch as much as a father's protection." The Allfather turned to his ravens. "You heard the call. Show me where the child is hidden." Hugin and Munin cried out, their voices carrying the memories of everything they had seen and heard. In Odin's mind, a vision formed, a grey house on a street lined with identical grey houses, a cupboard beneath the stairs, a small boy with eyes like emeralds and a scar that blazed with ancient magic. "Let us go," Odin said. "There is a child who needs to be rescued." The Dursleys' house shuddered. Harry felt it before he heard it, a vibration that seemed to come from the very air around him, a hum that resonated in his bones. His tears stopped, replaced by confusion and a flicker of something he hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. The cupboard door rattled in its frame, and Harry pressed himself against the far wall, his heart pounding. He didn't know what was happening. He didn't understand the strange lights that began to flicker beneath the door, the way the temperature seemed to drop and rise at the same time, the sound that was building in the distance like thunder rolling across the sky. In the master bedroom, Vernon Dursley sat bolt upright in bed. "What in the blazes?" he began, but the words died in his throat. The sky outside the window was no longer the dark, drizzly gray of a November night. It was blazing with colors, a swirling vortex of gold and silver and blue that seemed to be descending upon the house with the speed of a falling star. "Petunia!" Vernon screamed. "Petunia, wake up! There's something in the sky!" Petunia Dursley, her face pale and drawn, scrambled to the window. Her eyes widened in horror as she recognized the signs, the impossible colors, the building pressure in the air, the way the very fabric of reality seemed to be tearing apart. "No," she whispered. "No, no, no. Not again. Not here. Not now." Downstairs, Harry felt a pull in his chest, a tugging sensation that seemed to be drawing him toward the cupboard door. His hand, moving of its own accord, reached out and touched the wood. And the door burst open. For a moment, Harry could only stare. The hallway beyond the cupboard was filled with light, not the harsh yellow light of the overhead bulbs, but something softer, brighter, more beautiful than anything he had ever seen. It was the color of gold and silver. Woven together, shot through with threads of deep blue that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of a heartbeat. Two figures stood in the light. The first was a man so tall that Harry had to crane his neck to see his face. He was old, impossibly old, with a beard as white as snow that fell to his waist, and one eye that seemed to hold the secrets of the universe. He wore armor that gleamed with ancient power, and in his hand he carried a spear that sang with the voice of thunder. The second figure was a woman, beautiful in a way that made Harry's chest ache. Her hair was the color of spun gold, and her eyes were the same shade of blue as the light that surrounded them. She wore a gown that seemed to be made of starlight, and her smile was the warmest thing Harry had ever seen. "Hello, little one," the woman said, her voice like music and honey. "We heard you call." Harry opened his mouth to speak, but no words came. He was too overwhelmed, too confused, too exhausted to form a coherent thought. His body, small and broken and desperately tired, began to tremble again. The woman knelt down, bringing herself to his level. "It's all right," she said gently. "You're safe now. We're here to take you away from this place." "You can't be here!" Vernon Dursley's voice shattered the moment like a hammer through glass. He stood at the top of the stairs, his face purple with rage, his piggy eyes bulging. "Get out of my house! I'll call the police! I'll—" The man with the spear turned, and Vernon Dursley's voice died in his throat. The man said nothing. He only looked at the rotund figure on the stairs, looked with that single, all-seeing eye, and Vernon Dursley felt something inside him break. It was as if the man could see every cruel thought, every petty act of spite, every moment of casual cruelty that had been directed at the small boy in the cupboard. "Be silent, mortal," the man said, and his voice was the sound of mountains falling. "You have much to answer for." Petunia Dursley appeared at her husband's side, her face chalk-white, her hands trembling. "Please," she whispered. "Please. We were just following orders. Albus Dumbledore said." "You followed the orders of a man who left a child to suffer in darkness," the man interrupted, his voice cold as the void between stars. "You allowed your own blood to be abused, starved, neglected. You gave him a cupboard while your own son had a room filled with toys. He's a freak," Vernon blurted, his fear overcoming his sense of self-preservation. "He's unnatural. He does things, strange things, things that shouldn't be possible." The woman rose to her feet, and for the first time, anger flickered in her beautiful eyes. "He is a child. A child you were entrusted to care for. And you have failed utterly." "Please," Petunia said again, tears streaming down her face. "You can't take him. You don't understand. He's not normal. He is more than you could ever imagine," the woman interrupted. "More than anyone in this miserable little world could ever comprehend. And we are taking him somewhere where he will be loved, where he will be cherished, where his gifts will be nurtured instead of feared." The man moved toward the cupboard, his armored boots clanking on the wooden floor. He looked down at Harry, and for a moment, the ancient god was struck silent by what he saw. The boy's eyes. They were the most extraordinary shade of green, the color of new leaves in spring, and they held an innocence that had somehow survived 4 years of abuse. They held hope, too, a fragile, desperate hope that was almost painful to witness. "Come, child," Odin said, his voice gentler than it had been. "I am Odin, king of the Aesir, all-father of Asgard. And you, Harry Potter, are no longer alone." Harry stared at the old man, at the woman with the kind eyes, at the impossible light that filled the hallway. He had dreamed of this, dreamed of someone coming to save him, dreamed of being wanted. But dreams didn't come true. He knew that. "Are you real?" he whispered, his voice so small that it seemed to disappear into the air. Frigg knelt down again, her hand reaching out to cup his cheek. Her touch was warm, impossibly warm, and Harry felt something inside him begin to heal. "We are real, little one," she said. "And we will never let anyone hurt you again." Harry looked at the cupboard, at the small, dark space that had been his prison for as long as he could remember. He looked at the Dursleys, at their pale, frightened faces, at the terror in their eyes. And then he looked back at the two figures who had appeared out of the impossible light. "Okay," he said. "I'll go with you." Odin smiled, and for the first time in thousands of years, something like warmth flickered in his ancient heart. He reached down and lifted Harry into his arms, cradling the small boy against his armored chest. "Close your eyes, Harry," he said. "This journey will be unlike anything you've ever experienced." Harry obeyed, pressing his face against the old god's chest. The armor was cold against his skin, but beneath it, he could feel the steady beat of a heart that had been beating for longer than he could imagine. "Petunia," Frigg said, her voice cold. "Know this. If you ever speak of what you have seen tonight, if you ever reveal the existence of our realms to the world, you and your family will face consequences that even Albus Dumbledore cannot protect you from." The Dursleys nodded frantically, too terrified to speak. Frigg turned and walked toward the light, her hand extended. Behind her, Hugin and Munnin swooped through the open door, their black wings beating in perfect unison. "Take us home," Odin commanded. "The Bifrost awaits." And then the light consumed them all. The journey through the Bifrost was like falling through a rainbow made of starlight and dreams. Harry felt the rush of wind in his hair, the weightlessness of his small body as it hurtled through the void. He felt Odin's arms around him, strong and steady, and he felt Frigg's hand on his back, warm and reassuring. And for the first time in his life, Harry felt something that he had never allowed himself to feel before. He felt safe. The colors swirled around them, red and orange and yellow, green and blue and purple, all woven together in a tapestry of impossible beauty. Stars flew past them, streaking across the void like diamonds scattered across black velvet. Harry opened his eyes just a crack, and gasped at the sight. Above them, the Bifrost Bridge stretched into infinity, a pathway of light that connected worlds. Below them, the void of space yawned, filled with the glittering lights of distant galaxies. And ahead of them, growing larger with every passing moment, was a city of gold. Asgard rose from the depths of the cosmos like a jewel set in the crown of creation. Its towers pierced the clouds, its spires gleamed with the light of 1,000 suns. The city was vast beyond comprehension, a metropolis of gods and heroes that stretched across the surface of a floating continent. Harry stared at it, his mouth hanging open. "That's your home?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Odin laughed, a deep, rumbling sound that seemed to shake the very fabric of reality. "That is our home, Harry. That is Asgard, the Golden Realm, home of the Aesir and the Vanir. And from this day forward, it will be your home as well." The Bifrost deposited them on a platform of solid gold, and for a long moment, Harry could only stand there, swaying slightly, trying to process everything that had just happened. The city stretched before him, more beautiful than anything he had ever imagined. The buildings were works of art, their walls carved with scenes of battles and celebrations, of heroes and gods. Fountains of liquid light cascaded through the streets, and the air was filled with the sound of music and laughter. But it was the people who drew Harry's attention. They were tall, every single one of them, with the kind of ethereal beauty that seemed impossible for mortals to possess. They wore armor that gleamed like silver and gold, and their eyes held the wisdom of ages. And they were all staring at him. "Is that a mortal child?" someone whispered. "What is the All-Father doing with a mortal child? Look at his eyes. Look at his scar. It's the Potter boy, the one from the prophecy." Harry shrank back, pressing himself against Odin's side. The whispers were too loud, too overwhelming. He had spent 4 years being ignored, being hidden, being unseen. The sudden attention was too much. Frigg knelt down beside him. "They will be curious," she said gently. "A mortal child has never been brought to Asgard by the All-Father himself. But they mean you no harm. They are simply surprised." Harry nodded, though he didn't quite believe her. How could he? He had spent his entire life being told he was worthless, a burden, a freak. How could these golden people, these gods, accept him? A clatter of footsteps echoed across the golden platform, and Harry turned to see a figure approaching at a run. He was young, or at least he appeared young, with golden hair that fell past his shoulders and a smile that seemed to light up the sky. He was tall and broad-shouldered, dressed in armor that gleamed with the light of the setting sun. "Father!" the young man called out, his voice booming across the platform. "Mother! What is this I hear about a mortal child?" He skidded to a halt, his eyes widening as he took in the sight of the small, pale boy standing between Odin and Frigg. "You found him," Thor said, his voice reverent. "You actually found him." Harry stared at the young god, his heart pounding. This was the strangest person he had ever seen, and the friendliest. There was something about the young man's smile, something warm and genuine, that made Harry feel slightly less terrified. "I am Thor," the young god said, dropping to one knee so he could meet Harry's eyes. "Son of Odin, Crown Prince of Asgard. And you, little one, must be Harry Potter." Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. Thor's smile grew even wider. "Welcome to Asgard, Harry. I've heard so much about you." He paused, his expression shifting to something more serious. "I've also heard about what those mortals did to you. And I swear to you, by the strength of Mjolnir, you will never be hurt again. Not while I draw breath." Harry felt something hot and tight in his chest. It took him a moment to realize what it was. It was the feeling of being wanted. Behind Thor, another figure had appeared, a tall, thin man with jet-black hair and pale skin, dressed in robes of deep green and gold. His eyes were the color of storm clouds, and his expression was carefully neutral. "Loki," Frigg said warmly. "Come and meet your new brother." Harry's heart seized. Brother? He looked at Odin, then at Frigg, then back at the pale man who was approaching with measured steps. "Brother," Loki said, his voice smooth as silk. "How unexpected. There is much I need to explain," Odin said, his voice carrying the weight of authority. "But first, Harry needs rest. Frigg, take him to the healing chambers. And Thor." The young god straightened. "Yes, father? Prepare the guest quarters. Your brother will be staying with us indefinitely." Thor's grin was blinding. "I'll have the best rooms prepared immediately." And with that, he was gone, his footsteps echoing across the platform as he ran to fulfill his mission. Harry watched him go, bewildered. "Is he always like that?" he asked, the words slipping out before he could stop himself. Frigg laughed, a sound like wind chimes and silver bells. "Yes, Harry. Thor is always like that. It's one of his most endearing qualities." She extended her hand. "Come, little one. Let me take you somewhere warm and comfortable. You must be exhausted." Harry hesitated, his small fingers twitching at his sides. He didn't know these people. He didn't know this place. He had spent 4 years learning not to trust, not to hope, not to believe that things could get better. But Frigg's eyes were so kind. And Odin's presence felt so safe. And even Loki, with his cool demeanor and unreadable expression, somehow didn't seem threatening. Slowly, hesitantly, Harry reached out and took Frigg's hand. The All-Mother smiled, and Harry felt something in his chest ease. "Let's go home, Harry," she said. The healing chambers of Asgard were unlike anything Harry had ever seen. They were not cold and sterile like the hospital he'd glimpsed once on a television in the Dursleys' sitting room. Instead, they were warm and golden, filled with soft light and the scent of flowers. There were beds made of clouds and pillows of sunlight, and the walls seemed to hum with a gentle, soothing energy. Frigg guided Harry to one of the beds and helped him sit down. "These chambers are enchanted to heal both body and spirit," she explained. You've been through so much, little one. More than any child should ever have to endure. Harry watched as Frigg moved around the room, gathering various objects: a crystal vial filled with a liquid that glowed faintly blue, a golden bowl that seemed to hold captured starlight, a soft cloth that shimmered with the colors of the rainbow. I'm going to check you over, Frigg said gently. Is that all right? Harry nodded, though he didn't quite understand what she meant. The All-Mother knelt before him and began her examination. Her hands were warm and gentle as they moved across his small body, probing and checking without ever causing pain. She murmured softly to herself, words in a language Harry didn't recognize, and the golden bowl beside her began to glow brighter. Your body has been neglected, Frigg said, her voice tight with barely suppressed anger. Malnourished, underfed, subjected to conditions that would be cruel to an adult, let alone a child. She paused, her hand hovering over his ribs. You've been starved, Harry. On purpose. Harry looked away, unable to meet her eyes. They said I didn't deserve food. That I was just a burden. That they were already being generous by giving me anything at all. The temperature in the room dropped. Who said that? Frigg asked, her voice suddenly cold as the winter winds of Jotunheim. Harry shrank back, terrified by the change in her demeanor. Aunt Petunia. Uncle Vernon. They said I was a freak and I didn't deserve. Frigg's expression softened instantly, the warmth flooding back into her eyes. Oh, little one. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you. She pulled him into a gentle embrace. Those people were wrong. So wrong. You are not a burden. You are not a freak. You are a child of magic, a child of destiny. And you deserve everything good in this world. Harry felt tears pricking at his eyes again. But I'm not. I'm not special. I'm just Harry. The boy under the stairs. Frigg pulled back, her eyes blazing with a strange, fierce light. You are Harry Potter, the boy who survived the killing curse. The boy whose mother's love defeated the most powerful Dark Lord in 1,000 years. The boy whose magic called out across the 9 realms and brought the All-Father himself to his rescue. She took his face in her hands, her thumbs wiping away the tears that had begun to fall. And soon, Harry, you will become so much more. I have seen it in the stars, in the runes, in the very fabric of fate. You are destined for greatness, not just mortal greatness, but something beyond. Something that the 9 realms have not seen in an age. Harry didn't understand what she was saying. The words were too big, too complex for his 4-year-old mind to fully grasp. But he understood the tone of her voice. He understood the love in her eyes. And for the first time in his life, he felt like he mattered. No, Frigg said, her voice returning to its normal warmth. Let me finish checking you over, and then I'll have some food brought up. You must be starving. Harry's stomach growled on cue, and Frigg laughed. That answers that question, she said. As the All-Mother continued her examination, Harry found himself relaxing for the first time in forever. The bed beneath him was soft and comfortable, the air was warm and sweet, and the woman tending to him radiated the kind of maternal love he had only ever dreamed of. When Frigg finished, she stepped back and smiled. Your body needs time to heal, but there's nothing that can't be fixed with proper care. Now, I told the kitchens to prepare something for you. Are you hungry? Harry nodded, and Frigg's smile widened. Splendid. I'll have everything brought up right away. And while we wait, you can tell me more about yourself. What do you like to do, Harry? What makes you happy? Harry opened his mouth, then closed it again. He had never been asked that question before. No one had ever cared about what made him happy. I don't know, he admitted quietly. I've never really had the chance to do anything. Frigg's expression flickered with sadness. Then we'll have to change that, won't we? She sat down beside him on the bed, her robes pooling around her like a waterfall of gold. From now on, Harry, you will have every opportunity to discover what makes you happy. To learn what you love. To become whoever you want to be. Harry looked at her, at the impossible beauty of her face and the kindness in her eyes. "Why?" he asked. "Why are you being so nice to me? I'm nobody. I'm nothing." Frigg reached out and took his small hand in hers. "You are not nobody, Harry. You are not nothing. You are a child of prophecy, a son of magic, a soul of infinite worth. And I." She paused, her voice thickening with emotion. "I have always wanted a child. A child of my own. And when Odin heard your cry across the void, when he told me about the boy under the stairs, I knew you were meant to be mine." Harry blinked. "Mine?" Frigg smiled, tears glistening in her eyes. "If you'll have me, Harry. If you'll have all of us. Odin wants to adopt you, to make you a prince of Asgard. And I want to be your mother. Truly, fully, without reservation or condition." Harry felt something inside him break. It was like a dam had burst, releasing a flood of emotions that he had been holding back for 4 years. "Mother?" he whispered, the word tasting strange on his tongue. "Yes," Frigg said, pulling him into another embrace. "Mother. And I will never, ever let anyone hurt you again." Harry cried then, great heaving sobs that shook his entire body. He cried for the boy under the stairs, for the child who had been told he was worthless, for the tiny heart that had been broken so many times it had forgotten how to hope. And Frigg held him, her arms wrapped around him like a shield, her voice murmuring words of comfort that he couldn't quite hear but could feel in his soul. When the tears finally stopped, Harry pulled back and looked at the All-Mother with red-rimmed eyes. "What about the other one?" he asked. "Loki? He didn't look very happy to see me." Frigg's expression flickered, a hint of worry crossing her features. "Loki is complicated. He was adopted too, you see. He's a frost giant by birth, taken in by Odin when he was an infant. He's always struggled with feeling like an outsider, like he doesn't truly belong." Harry nodded slowly. He understood that feeling better than most. "He'll come around," Frigg said, though her voice held a note of uncertainty. "He just needs time. As do you. As do all of us." Harry looked down at his small hands, at the thin wrists, and the faded bruises that were already beginning to heal. "Thank you," he said softly. "Thank you for coming for me." Frigg cupped his face in her hands. "We would have come sooner, Harry. If we had known, if we had realized what was happening, we would have come the moment you were left on that doorstep. But you didn't know," Harry said. "No one knew." "No," Frigg agreed. "No one knew. But that ends now. From this day forward, you will never be hidden again. You will never be ignored again. You will be seen, Harry Potter. You will be loved." Harry smiled, a small, tentative thing that was the first genuine smile he had shown in years. When the food arrived, Harry ate with the kind of desperate hunger that only comes from years of deprivation. The plates were filled with foods he had never seen before: golden bread that tasted like honey, roasted meat that melted on his tongue, fruits that seemed to glow with an inner light. Frigg watched him eat, her expression a mixture of joy and sorrow. She was happy to see him eating, but heartbroken at the evidence of his neglect. "Slow down, little one," she said gently. "The food isn't going anywhere." Harry nodded, forcing himself to slow down. "I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize," Frigg assured him. "You've been starved. It's natural to want to eat as much as you can. But your body needs time to adjust to proper food again. We'll take it slowly." When Harry had eaten his fill, he looked up at Frigg with tired eyes. The exhaustion that had been building for years was finally catching up with him, weighing down his limbs and clouding his thoughts. "Can I sleep?" he asked. "I'm really tired." Frigg smiled warmly. "Of course, little one. I'll show you to your new room." Harry's new room was nothing short of a palace. It was bigger than the Dursleys' entire house, with a bed that could have fit 10 people, windows that looked out onto the Golden City, and furnishings that were more beautiful than anything Harry had ever imagined. But it was the mural on the ceiling that caught his attention. It depicted a battle, ancient and fierce, between figures of light and darkness. At the center of the mural was a figure surrounded by glowing runes, his face hidden but his power unmistakable. "Who is that?" Harry asked, pointing up at the ceiling. Frigg followed his gaze, and her expression grew unreadable. "That, Harry, is a prophecy. A vision of the future that has been carved into the walls of Asgard since before the dawn of mortal time." Harry frowned. "What does it mean?" Frigg knelt down beside him. "It means that you, Harry, have a great destiny ahead of you. A destiny that will shape the fate of the 9 realms. But that is a tale for another day. For now you need rest." Harry nodded, too tired to press further. He climbed into the impossibly soft bed, pulling the covers up to his chin. Frigg leaned down and kissed his forehead. "Sleep well, my son," she whispered. "When you wake, your new life will begin." She left the room, closing the door behind her with a soft click. And Harry, for the first time in his life, fell asleep knowing that he was safe. The next morning, Harry woke to the sound of birds singing. He blinked, confused by the unfamiliar surroundings. For a moment, he thought he was back in the cupboard, that the whole experience had been some elaborate dream. Then the door opened, and Frigg walked in carrying a tray of food. "Good morning, Harry," she said, her voice warm as sunlight. "Did you sleep well?" Harry sat up slowly, rubbing his eyes. "Yes," he said, and he was surprised to realize that it was true. He had slept better than he had in years. No nightmares, no cold, no hunger. "Wonderful. Odin wants to see you after breakfast. He has an announcement to make." Harry felt his stomach clench. "What kind of announcement?" Frigg smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out soon enough." After breakfast, Frigg led Harry through the golden halls of Asgard. Everywhere they went, people stared. Some whispered. Others bowed. Harry tried not to let it bother him. He tried to keep his head down, to make himself small and invisible like he had learned to do in the Dursleys' house. But Frigg wouldn't let him. "Walk tall, Harry," she murmured. "You are a prince of Asgard now. You have nothing to be ashamed of." Harry tried to follow her advice, but it was hard. The whispers followed him like shadows. "Is that really him? The mortal child? He looks so fragile. He's just a boy. We'll see how long he lasts." Odin was waiting for them in the throne room, surrounded by the golden splendor of Asgard's most sacred space. The All-Father sat upon his throne, Gungnir in hand, his single eye watching Harry's approach with an intensity that made the small boy feel like he was being weighed and measured. "Harry," Odin said, his voice echoing through the hall. "Come forward." Harry walked forward on trembling legs, his small body dwarfed by the massive throne room. He could feel the eyes of the assembled court upon him, hundreds of gods and heroes all watching his every move. "Kneel," Odin commanded. Harry knelt. Odin rose from his throne and walked toward the small boy, his footsteps echoing like thunder. He stopped in front of Harry, looking down at the child with an expression that was impossible to read. "Harry Potter," Odin said, his voice carrying the weight of ages. "You have been brought to Asgard under extraordinary circumstances. You have suffered cruelty and neglect at the hands of those who should have protected you. You have known fear and pain and loneliness." He paused, and Harry felt the tears threatening to spill again. "But that life is over," Odin continued. "From this day forward, you are no longer Harry Potter, the boy under the stairs. You are Harry of Asgard, adopted son of Odin and Frigg, prince of the Golden Realm." He reached down and placed a hand on Harry's small shoulder. "Rise, my son." Harry rose, his legs shaking. He looked up at Odin, at the old god's face, and saw something there that he had never seen before. Love. Pride. Acceptance. "I know this is overwhelming," Odin said, his voice gentler now. "I know. You are confused and frightened. But I promise you, Harry, you will come to love this place as your home. You will come to love us as your family." Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. "And one day," Odin continued, "you will understand why I brought you here. You will understand the destiny that awaits you. But for now, He smiled, a warm, grandfatherly smile that transformed his ancient face. For now, you need to learn what it means to be a prince of Asgard. He turned to address the assembled court. Let it be known, he declared, his voice booming through the hall, that Harry of Asgard is under my protection. Anyone who harms him, anyone who speaks ill of him, anyone who makes him feel unwelcome, they will answer to me. And the punishment will be severe. The gathered gods murmured their assent, and Harry felt a strange warmth spreading through his chest. He was wanted. He was protected. He was loved. And for the first time in his life, Harry Potter felt like he truly belonged. The days that followed were a whirlwind of new experiences. Harry learned that Asgard was more than just a city. It was a realm, vast and complex, filled with wonders that mortal minds could barely comprehend. He saw the Valkyries training in the sky, their golden armor gleaming against the blue. He walked through the gardens of Odin, where the apples of immortality grew on trees that sang with ancient magic. He met the warriors three, Fandral the Dashing, Hogun the Grim, and Volstagg the Voluminous. They were loud and boisterous and completely overwhelming, but they welcomed him with open arms. You are Thor's brother now, Fandral declared, clapping Harry on the back so hard he nearly fell over. That makes you one of us. Indeed, Volstagg agreed, his belly shaking with laughter. And we shall teach you the ways of Asgard. How to fight. How to feast. How to get into trouble. Hogun finished dryly, and they all laughed. Thor was a constant presence always, eager to show Harry something new, to teach him some new skill. He was like a golden sun, radiating warmth and enthusiasm that was impossible to resist. And slowly, Harry began to heal. The bruises faded. The hollows in his cheeks filled out. The shadows under his eyes disappeared. But the emotional wounds were deeper, and Frigg knew it. She spent hours with Harry, talking to him, reading to him, teaching him the history of the 9 realms. She listened to his fears and his nightmares, and she never judged him for them. Every child has fears, she told him one night, when Harry had woken screaming from a dream about a cupboard. Even gods. Even heroes. What matters is how you face them. Harry was still learning to face his fears. But with Frigg's help, with Thor's enthusiasm, with Odin's quiet strength, he was starting to believe that he could. Loki, however, remained distant. The younger prince observed Harry with cool, calculating eyes, never quite hostile but never quite welcoming. He spoke to Harry only when necessary, and his words were always measured, always controlled. Harry tried not to let it bother him. He understood what it was like to feel like an outsider. He understood the fear of not belonging. But sometimes, when Loki looked at him, Harry saw something in the prince's eyes that made his blood run cold. Jealousy. It was 3 weeks after Harry's arrival that Odin called the entire family together. The All-Father sat in his private chambers, surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of ages. Books lined the walls, filled with knowledge so ancient that most of it had been forgotten by the rest of the 9 realms. Runes glowed on every surface, pulsing with the power of creation itself. Harry, Odin said, motioning for the small boy to come closer. There is something I need to tell you. Something about your magic. Harry approached cautiously, his heart beginning to race. He had seen the way the Asgardians looked at him sometimes, as if they sensed something about him that he didn't understand himself. Your magic is unlike anything I've ever encountered, Odin continued. It's not the magic of the Aesir, nor the magic of the Vanir. It's not even the magic of mortals. It's something older. Something more primordial. Harry frowned. I don't understand. Odin reached out and took Harry's hand in his. Watch, he said. The air around them shimmered, and Harry felt a strange warmth spreading through his palm. He looked down, and his eyes widened. Runes were appearing on his skin, golden symbols that glowed with an inner light. They moved across his hand like living things, swirling and dancing in patterns that seemed to have meaning. The magic in your blood, Odin said quietly, is connected to the very foundations of creation. It is the magic of the runes, the primordial language that shaped the universe. Harry stared at his hand, at the glowing symbols that seemed to be part of him. "What does that mean?" he whispered. "It means, Harry, that you are more than just a wizard. You are more than just a prince of Asgard. You are—" Odin paused, his ancient eyes meeting Harry's. "You are something that hasn't been seen since the dawn of time. A child of the runes. A potential god of runes." Harry felt the world tilt beneath him. "A god of runes? But I'm just a boy." Odin smiled. "And I was once just a boy. We all were. The question is not what you are now, but what you will become." He released Harry's hand, and the runes faded. "Frigg and I have been discussing your future," Odin said. "We believe that you have the potential to achieve greatness beyond anything the Nine Realms have ever seen. But that potential must be nurtured. It must be guided." Harry nodded slowly, not quite understanding but determined to try. "Starting tomorrow," Odin said, "you will begin your training. You will learn the language of the runes. You will learn to understand the power that flows through your veins. And one day, when you are ready, you will become the god of runes." Harry looked down at his hand, at the faint traces of gold that still seemed to linger on his skin. "Okay," he said quietly. "I'll try." Odin smiled, a warm, proud smile that made Harry feel like he could do anything. "That's all I ask, my son," he said. "That's all I ask." That night, as Harry lay in his bed, he looked up at the mural on the ceiling and thought about everything that had happened. He had been rescued from a cupboard. He had been brought to a realm of gods. He had been adopted by the All-Father himself. And now he was going to become something more. Something greater. Something that the Nine Realms had not seen since the dawn of time. It was terrifying. It was overwhelming. It was impossible to believe. And yet, as Harry fell asleep, he couldn't help but feel a spark of something he had never felt before. Excitement. For the first time in his life, he wasn't dreading tomorrow. For the first time in his life, he was looking forward to what the future might bring. He was Harry of Asgard, adopted son of Odin and Frigg, Prince of the Golden Realm. And his new life was just beginning. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, The Prince of Asgard. The golden light of Asgard's dawn filtered through the crystalline windows of Harry's chambers, casting prismatic patterns across the silk sheets that pooled around his small form. For a moment he lay perfectly still, his breath shallow, waiting for the familiar sounds of the Dursley's house, Vernon's bellowing, Petunia's shrill commands, Dudley's heavy footsteps pounding on the floor above. But the sounds never came. Instead there was birdsong, but not the ordinary chirping of English sparrows. This was something richer, more melodic, as if the very air of Asgard had been woven with music. Harry opened his eyes slowly, half afraid that the dream would shatter and he would find himself back in the cramped darkness of his cupboard. The ceiling above him was still there, the magnificent mural of the prophesied battle with the rune-covered figure at its center. The golden threads of the tapestry on the far wall still shimmered with captured starlight. The scent of blooming flowers from the garden outside still filled the air with sweetness. Harry sat up, running his small hands over the impossibly soft sheets. He was real. This was real. He was actually here, in Asgard, a prince of a realm he hadn't even known existed until 3 weeks ago. The door opened with a soft click, and Frigg entered, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders like liquid sunlight. She was already dressed in her formal robes, deep blue and silver, and her smile when she saw Harry awake was like the first ray of dawn. "Good morning, my little star," she said warmly, crossing to his bed. "Did you sleep well?" Harry nodded, still not quite used to being addressed with such tenderness. "Yes, mother." The word still felt strange on his tongue, but it was growing less foreign with each passing day. "I dreamed about the gardens again." Frigg sat beside him on the bed, her hand reaching out to brush a lock of his perpetually messy hair from his forehead. "The gardens of Odin? They are particularly beautiful at this time of year. The apples are just beginning to ripen, and their song fills the air with promise." "They sing?" Harry asked, his eyes widening. Oh yes, Frigg said with a gentle laugh. Everything in Asgard sings, Harry. The trees, the stones, the very walls themselves. You simply need to learn how to listen. Harry frowned, concentrating, but all he could hear was the birdsong and the distant murmur of the city waking. I can't hear anything. Patience, little one. You have only been here for 3 weeks. The language of Asgard is not just words, it is the rhythm of existence itself. You will learn to hear it in time. She rose from the bed and moved to the wardrobe, which opened at her approach, to reveal an array of clothing. Today is a special day. Odin has summoned the court for a formal announcement. You will be officially presented as the Prince of Asgard. Harry felt his stomach flip. The whole court? Everyone? Frigg turned to look at him, her expression softening at the fear in his voice. Yes, everyone. They need to see you, Harry. They need to accept you. And they will, I promise. But you must be brave. Can you do that for me? He wanted to say no. He wanted to hide under the covers and pretend the world didn't exist. The thought of standing before hundreds of gods, of being judged and examined, made his insides twist with dread. But he looked at Frigg's hopeful face, at the love shining in her eyes, and he knew he couldn't let her down. I'll try, he said quietly. Frigg smiled, and Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest. That's my brave boy. She helped him dress in robes of deep green and gold, the colors of Asgard's royal house. The fabric was lighter than anything he had ever worn, and it seemed to shimmer with an inner light. When he looked in the mirror, Harry barely recognized himself. The small, pale boy who had lived under the stairs seemed to have vanished, replaced by someone who looked almost like he belonged. Frigg knelt before him, adjusting the collar of his robes. There. You look like a true prince. Harry touched the fabric, feeling the magic thrumming through it. What about my glasses? They're still broken. Frigg gently removed the cracked frames from his face. I've already taken care of that. She reached into her robe and produced a pair of glasses made of what looked like spun gold, the lenses gleaming with an inner light. Enchanted to never break and to always stay clean. They will also help you see the magic that flows through the world. Harry put them on, and the world shifted. Suddenly, he could see faint glows emanating from everything, the walls, the furniture, even the air itself. The room was alive, with shimmering threads of golden light, weaving together in patterns that were beautiful and incomprehensible. It's so beautiful, he breathed. Frigg smiled. The sight is a gift, Harry. Use it well. She took his hand and led him out of the room, through the winding corridors of the palace. As they walked, Harry noticed the glow intensifying around certain objects, a weapon displayed on the wall, a tapestry depicting an ancient battle, a statue of a warrior with eyes that seemed to follow him. The magic here is so different from Midgard, Harry observed. It feels older. More alive. Frigg nodded approvingly. The magic of Asgard is the magic of creation itself. The Aesir do not simply cast spells, we weave reality. Every word we speak, every action we take, shapes the world around us. It is a great responsibility, and one that you will learn to carry. They passed through the great hall, where servants and guards bowed as they approached. Harry tried to return their bows, but Frigg gently stopped him. You are a prince, Harry. They bow to you, you do not bow to them. That is the way of things here. But that doesn't seem right, Harry protested. They're people too. They have feelings and… Frigg paused, looking down at him with an expression of profound approval. You are kind, Harry. That is a rare and precious quality. But kindness does not mean abandoning the customs of the realm. Accept their respect with grace, and you will earn their loyalty in return. Harry considered this, then nodded slowly. I think I understand. Frigg squeezed his hand. You will in time. Now come, the court awaits. The throne room of Asgard was a cathedral of gold and light, vast enough to hold an army and beautiful enough to make the heart ache. The ceiling soared impossibly high, supported by pillars carved with the histories of 1,000,000 years. At the far end of the hall, Odin sat upon his throne, Gungnir in hand, his single eye surveying the assembled crowd. The court was enormous. Hundreds, no, thousands, of gods and goddesses filled the hall, their armor gleaming, their robes shimmering. They stood in ranks, each one more magnificent than the last, and Harry felt their combined gaze like a physical weight. "Remember," Frigg murmured, "walk tall. You are the son of the All-Father. You have nothing to fear." Harry took a deep breath and stepped forward. The crowd parted as he walked, forming a path to the throne. Harry kept his eyes straight ahead, trying to ignore the whispers that rustled through the assembly like wind through leaves. "Is that the mortal child? He's so small. Does he truly have the rune magic? Look at his eyes, the green of the prophecy." Harry's heart hammered in his chest, but he forced himself to keep walking. He reached the foot of the throne and knelt, as Odin had taught him. "Rise, Harry of Asgard!" Odin's voice boomed through the hall. Harry rose, his legs trembling. The All-Father rose from his throne, his presence filling the room. "People of Asgard, I have called you here to witness a historic moment. This child, Harry Potter of Midgard, has been adopted into the royal house of Asgard. He is now my son, Frigg's son, and brother to Thor and Loki." The hall erupted in applause, or perhaps it was the sound of 1,000 voices speaking at once. Harry couldn't tell. His ears were ringing, his heart pounding, his vision swimming. Odin raised a hand, and silence fell. "But Harry is more than simply a prince. He carries within him a power that has not been seen since the dawn of creation. He is a child of the runes, a potential god of runes, and it is our sacred duty to nurture his gifts." A murmur ran through the crowd, and Harry heard the word prophecy, whispered more than once. Odin descended from his throne and placed his hands on Harry's shoulders. "From this day forward, you shall be known as Harry of Asgard, Prince of the Golden Realm, son of the Allfather. You shall be trained in the arts of war and peace, of magic and wisdom. You shall be loved and protected by all who dwell in the 9 realms." He looked down at Harry, his single eye gleaming. "Do you accept this burden, Harry?" Harry swallowed hard. "I do." Odin smiled, and for a moment, the ancient god's face was filled with something that looked almost like pride. "Then rise, Prince Harry. Rise and greet your people." Harry turned to face the crowd, and a cheer erupted that shook the very foundations of the hall. Thousands of voices rose in celebration, and Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. He was wanted. He was accepted. He was home. The celebration that followed was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. The great hall of Asgard was transformed into a festival of light and sound. Tables groaned under the weight of food, roasted meats and fresh breads, fruits that glowed with inner light and sweets that melted on the tongue. Musicians played instruments that Harry had never seen before, their music filling the air with joy. Thor found Harry almost immediately, his face split in a grin so wide it seemed to take up half his face. "Brother, did you see them? Did you see the people cheer for you? They love you already." Harry felt himself blushing. "I don't think they love me. They don't even know me." Thor laughed, clapping him on the back with enough force to stagger a normal child. Harry, however, had grown accustomed to Thor's enthusiasm and managed to stay upright. "They know you are family now. That is all that matters. Come, let us eat. I have saved you a place at the high table." Thor dragged him through the crowd, and Harry found himself seated between Thor and Frigg. Odin sat at the head of the table, looking down at them with an expression of contentment that softened his ancient features. Loki was there too, seated on Odin's other side. He watched Harry with an unreadable expression, his fingers drumming idly on the table. "Brother," Loki said, his voice smooth as honey. "Congratulations on your official welcome." Harry turned to face the younger prince. Loki was beautiful in a way that was almost unsettling. His pale skin, his dark hair, his storm-gray eyes. There was an intelligence in those eyes that was almost predatory, a calculating gleam that made Harry's skin prickle. "Thank you," Harry said cautiously. Loki smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. You must be overwhelmed. All this attention, all these people. I remember what it was like when I first came to Asgard. The constant scrutiny. The whispered words. Harry remembered what Frigg had said about Loki's own adoption. Did it get better? He asked. Loki's smile widened slightly. Better? No. But you learned to play the game, eventually. And you learned to make them regret ever underestimating you. There was a hard edge to his voice that made Harry's stomach clench. Before he could respond, Thor interrupted. Loki, do not trouble our new brother with dark talk. This is a celebration. He thrust a goblet into Harry's hands. Drink, brother. This is the finest mead in all the 9 realms. Harry looked down at the golden liquid, then up at Frigg. Is it safe for someone my age? Frigg laughed softly. It is enchanted to be harmless to children. Drink as much as you wish. Harry took a tentative sip, and his eyes widened. The mead was sweet and warm, tasting of honey and sunshine. He took another sip, then another, and felt a pleasant warmth spreading through his chest. Not bad, is it? Thor grinned. It's amazing, Harry admitted. The celebration continued long into the night. Harry met more people than he could possibly remember, the Warriors 3, who toasted him with raucous enthusiasm, the Lady Sif, who regarded him with a cool, appraising gaze that reminded him of Loki, countless other gods and goddesses whose names blurred together in a haze of gold and light. But through it all, Harry couldn't shake the feeling of Loki's eyes on him. The prince's gaze followed him everywhere, and there was something in it that made Harry uneasy. What's wrong with Loki? He asked Frigg later, when the celebration had finally wound down and the two of them were walking back to his chambers. Frigg's expression grew serious. Loki has always struggled with his place in Asgard. He was adopted, like you, but he was never quite accepted. The people always saw him as a frost giant, no matter how much he tried to prove himself. That's not fair, Harry said. He can't help what he was born as. No, Frigg agreed. He can't. And yet the prejudice remains. It has shaped him, Harry. Made him bitter. Made him jealous. Made him afraid that he will never truly belong. Harry thought about this. Will the same thing happen to me? Will people always see me as the mortal child? Frigg stopped walking and knelt before him. Harry, look at me. He obeyed, meeting her eyes. You are not just a mortal child, she said firmly. You are a child of prophecy. You are a god of runes. The people of Asgard will recognize your power in time. But more importantly, I will never let anyone make you feel unwanted. You are my son, Harry. My son. And I will love you until the very stars burn out. Harry felt tears spring to his eyes again. I love you too, Mother. Frigg pulled him into a tight embrace. I know, my little star. I know. The next day, Harry's training began. Odin had arranged for a team of tutors to guide his development, each one a master of their particular field. There was Valina the smith, who would teach him the art of crafting magical objects. There was Gulvi the seer, who would train him in the mysteries of divination and prophecy. And there was Mimir, the ancient being whose head had been preserved for millennia, who would teach him the deepest secrets of wisdom and knowledge. But it was the rune lessons that Harry looked forward to most. Every day, Frigg would lead him to a small chamber in the heart of the palace, its walls covered in glowing symbols that pulsed with ancient power. She would sit with him for hours, teaching him the meaning of each rune, the history behind its creation, the power it held. Runes are not just letters, she explained, tracing a symbol in the air with her finger. They are the building blocks of reality itself. Each rune represents a fundamental concept: fire, water, life, death, creation, destruction. When you write a rune, you are not just writing a word. You are shaping the very fabric of existence. Harry's small fingers traced the symbols in the air, and he felt the power thrumming through them. But how do I make them work? How do I make the magic happen? Frigg smiled. With intention, Harry. Intent and will. The runes respond to your innermost desires. If you wish to create fire, you must truly want it. You must believe it with every fiber of your being. Harry closed his eyes and concentrated. He thought about the warmth of the hearth in his chambers. He thought about the golden light of the sun. He thought about the way the fire in the great hall had danced and crackled. He drew the rune for fire in the air. Nothing happened. Try again, Frigg encouraged. Focus. Let the desire fill you completely. Harry tried again. And again. And again. On the 11th try, a small spark appeared at the tip of his finger. Harry's eyes flew open. Did you see that? Did you see that? Frigg's smile was radiant. I saw it, my son. You are making progress. Harry stared at his finger, where the faint burn of the spark still lingered. He had done that. He had actually done it. Again, he said, his voice filled with determination. I want to try again. The days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months. Harry's progress was steady, if not spectacular. He learned to control his small bursts of fire, to move water with his will, to make the air around him dance with invisible currents. He learned about the history of the 9 realms. About the wars and the alliances, the betrayals and the reconciliations. He learned about the nature of magic itself, how it flowed through all things, connecting everything in a vast, invisible web. And slowly, he began to feel like he truly belonged. Thor was a constant source of joy in Harry's life. The older prince took his role as big brother seriously, dragging Harry on adventures through the city, teaching him the ways of Asgardian warriors, and defending him against anyone who looked at him sideways. One day, you will be as strong as I am, Thor declared, showing Harry how to hold a training sword. Stronger, even. With your rune magic, you will be unstoppable. Harry doubted that very much. He was still small, still pale, still recovering from years of neglect. But Thor's confidence was infectious, and Harry found himself believing that maybe, just maybe, he could become something great. Loki, however, remained a puzzle. The younger prince was never openly hostile. He smiled when Harry succeeded, offered polite congratulations when Harry achieved a new milestone. But there was always something behind his eyes, something cold and calculating that Harry couldn't quite identify. It was Thor who eventually explained it. He is jealous of you, Thor said bluntly, when Harry asked him about Loki's behavior. Loki has always wanted to be the most powerful, the most beloved, the most important. He has trained for centuries to master magic, and yet you have surpassed him in mere months. I haven't surpassed him, Harry protested. I can barely make a spark. He can create illusions that fool entire armies. Perhaps not yet, Thor conceded. But your potential is greater. Father says that you will become the most powerful being in all the 9 realms, even more powerful than him. Loki knows this, and it eats at him. Harry felt a pang of guilt. I never wanted to make him feel bad. Thor placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. I know, brother. You did nothing wrong. Loki's problems are his own, and he must deal with them. You focus on your training. That is what matters. But Harry couldn't shake the feeling that he should do something. That he should reach out to Loki, try to bridge the gap between them. It was Frigg who encouraged him to try. Loki is my son too, she said. I love him just as much as I love you. But he is wounded, Harry. Wounded in ways that I cannot heal. Perhaps you can reach him in a way that I cannot. Harry didn't think that was likely, but he was willing to try. One evening, Harry found Loki in the library, hunched over a massive tome covered in ancient symbols. The younger prince looked up as Harry approached, his expression carefully neutral. Prince Harry, Loki said coolly. What brings you to the library at this hour? Harry hesitated, then sat down across from him. I wanted to talk to you. About everything. Loki raised an eyebrow. Everything? That's rather vague. Harry took a deep breath. I know you're jealous of me, Thor told me. Loki's expression flickered, a flash of something dangerous crossing his features before settling back into careful neutrality. Thor has a big mouth. He was just trying to help. He doesn't want you to be unhappy. Loki laughed, but there was no humor in it. Unhappy. That's a mild way of putting it. I have trained for centuries, Harry. I have mastered arts that would take a mortal 1,000 lifetimes to understand. And yet you, a child of 4, have already achieved more than I ever will. That's not true, Harry said earnestly. You're amazing, Loki. Everyone says so. You're the best illusionist in all of Asgard. Your magic is incredible. Loki stared at him, something unreadable in his eyes. You actually believe that, don't you? You actually think I'm worth something? Harry nodded. Of course I do. You're my brother. Your family. The words seemed to strike Loki like a physical blow. For a moment, his carefully constructed mask slipped, and Harry saw something vulnerable beneath, something that looked almost like longing. Then it was gone, replaced by the familiar mask of cool indifference. You are naive, little brother, Loki said. But perhaps that is not such a bad thing. Naivete can be a strength, in its way. It allows you to see the best in people, even when the best is not there. Harry wasn't sure if that was a compliment, or an insult. But he decided to take it as the former. Will you teach me? He asked. Your illusions, I mean. They're amazing, and I want to learn. Loki raised an eyebrow. You want me to teach you? Harry nodded enthusiastically. If you're willing. I know you're busy, but... Loki held up a hand, silencing him. Very well. I will teach you. But you will not like my methods. I am not a gentle teacher, like mother or father. I will push you to your limits and beyond. Are you ready for that? Harry squared his small shoulders. I'm ready. Loki smiled, and this time, there was something genuine in it. We shall see, little brother. We shall see. Loki's lessons were brutal. He pushed Harry harder than any of his other tutors, demanding perfection in every gesture, every word, every thought. He would criticize Harry's technique relentlessly, pointing out every flaw, every weakness, every imperfection. But he also taught Harry things that no one else had taught him. The illusionist's art is the art of deceit, Loki explained, pacing around Harry as he attempted to create a simple mirror image. You must make them believe. Not just with their eyes, but with their hearts. They must want to believe. They must need to believe. Harry struggled with the concept. He was too honest, too open, to easily deceive others. But Loki was patient in his own way, breaking down the barriers in Harry's mind one by one. You were a servant for years, were you not? Loki asked one day, when Harry had failed yet again to create a convincing illusion. You learned to hide yourself, to make yourself small, to make others ignore you. That is the foundation of illusion. You already have the skills, little brother. You simply need to apply them. Harry thought about his years in the cupboard, about the way he had learned to blend into the shadows, to make himself invisible to the Dursley's eyes. He had been hiding his true self for years. Hiding his magic, his emotions, his very existence. He tried again, and this time, the illusion held. Loki nodded approvingly. You see? You have the talent. You simply needed someone to show you how to use it. Harry grinned, proud of his achievement. Thank you, Loki. You're the best teacher I've ever had. Loki's expression flickered again, that flash of vulnerability returning. Don't get too attached, little brother. I am still your rival. I am still jealous of your power. These lessons do not change that. Harry looked at him, truly looked, and saw the fear behind the words. Maybe not, he said. But that doesn't mean we can't be brothers too. Loki stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled, a real smile, not the cold, calculating smile he usually wore. Perhaps not, he agreed. Perhaps not. The months continued to pass, and Harry grew stronger every day. His body filled out, the signs of neglect fading as Frigg's healing magic and proper nutrition worked their wonders. He grew taller, more muscular, more confident. The hollow look in his eyes disappeared, replaced by the bright spark of a child who knew he was loved. His magic grew as well. The runes came more easily to him, their power flowing through his veins like a second heartbeat. He could create fire with a thought, move water with a gesture, shape the air with a whisper. And he was learning to see the magic in everything. "The world is made of runes," Frigg explained one afternoon, as she led him through the gardens. "Every tree, every stone, every creature, all of them are woven from the same primordial language. When you learn to read the runes of the world, you learn to read the world itself." Harry closed his eyes and focused. He could feel the runes now, pulsing beneath the surface of reality. The trees sang with the rune of life. The stones hummed with the rune of solidity. The water burbled with the rune of flow. It was beautiful. It was overwhelming. It was everything. "I can feel them," he whispered. "All of them. It's like the whole world is breathing." Frigg smiled. "That is because it is, Harry. The world breathes. The 9 realms breathe. And now you breathe with them." Harry's 11th birthday approached, and with it came the realization that he would soon be expected to visit Midgard. The idea terrified him. "Asgard is my home now," he protested when Odin brought it up. "I don't want to go back to Midgard. There's nothing there for me. No one who cares about me." Odin looked at him with something like sadness in his single eye. "I understand your reluctance, my son. But Midgard is your birthplace. There are things there that you must understand, connections that you must explore. And there is a magical school there, Hogwarts, that will teach you things that even Asgard cannot." "I don't need to learn from mortal wizards," Harry said stubbornly. "I have you. I have Frigg. I have Loki and Thor." Frigg knelt beside him, taking his hands in hers. "Harry, sweetheart, I know this is difficult. But your destiny lies on Midgard as much as it lies in Asgard. There are prophecies that must be fulfilled, battles that must be won. You cannot hide from your fate forever." Harry felt tears sting his eyes. "I'm not hiding. I don't want to leave you." Frigg pulled him into an embrace. "You will never leave us, Harry. Asgard will always be your home. But you must also claim your place in the mortal world. You must understand where you came from before you can truly understand where you are going." Harry clung to her, his small body shaking with silent sobs. He didn't want to go back to Midgard. He didn't want to face the Dursleys again. He didn't want to be the odd one out, the freak, the unwanted child. But he knew deep down that Frigg was right. He couldn't hide forever. The day of his departure arrived far too quickly. Harry stood in the Bifrost chamber, dressed in robes that blended Asgardian and Midgardian styles. His golden glasses gleamed on his face, and the rune tattoo on his arm pulsed with a soft, steady light. "Remember," Odin said, placing his hand on Harry's shoulder. "You are not just a wizard. You are a prince of Asgard, a god of runes. Do not let anyone make you feel less than you are." "Yes, father," Harry said quietly. Frigg embraced him tightly. "Write to me, Harry. Every week. Tell me everything that happens. I will be waiting for your letters." "I will, mother." He pulled back, wiping his eyes. "I'll miss you." Thor clapped him on the back, his grin as bright as ever. "When you face your enemies, remember what I taught you. Strike hard, strike fast, and never let them see you hesitate. Vigorous advice from our dear brother," Loki drawled, stepping forward. He knelt before Harry, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Remember, little brother. The greatest weapon is not strength or speed. It is the mind. Use yours well." Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. "Go," Odin said. "The Bifrost awaits." He turned and walked toward the shimmering rainbow bridge, his heart heavy in his chest. He was leaving his home. He was leaving his family. He was leaving everything he had come to love. But he knew deep in his soul that he would return. Asgard was his home now. The Dursleys' house was just a distant nightmare, fading with every passing day. He stepped onto the Bifrost, and the world dissolved into light. The journey was shorter than he remembered. One moment he was hurtling through the void, surrounded by stars and colors, and the next he was standing in a quiet, secluded clearing in the middle of a forest. Harry looked around, trying to orient himself. He had never been to this place before, but he recognized the architecture of the buildings in the distance: old stone, ivy-covered, unmistakably magical. Hogwarts. He was at Hogwarts. The realization hit him like a physical blow. He was actually here, at the legendary school that even the Asgardians spoke of with respect. This was where his parents had studied. This was where they had met. This was where they had died, fighting to protect him. Harry took a deep breath, steadying his nerves. He could do this. He was a prince of Asgard, a god of runes, a child of prophecy. He walked toward the castle, his heart pounding with excitement and fear. The doors opened before he reached them, and a figure emerged, tall, ancient, with eyes that seemed to see straight through him. "Harry Potter," Albus Dumbledore said, his voice warm with welcome. "I have been expecting you." Harry met the old wizard's gaze, and for the first time in his life, he felt no fear. "Professor Dumbledore," he replied, his voice steady. "Thank you for having me." And as the sun set over Hogwarts, Harry Potter stepped into his destiny. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, The Blessing of the Allmother. The first night at Hogwarts was strange for Harry. He had been given a room in the castle's east wing, a small but comfortable chamber that was far grander than anything he'd had under the Dursley's roof, yet paled in comparison to his Asgardian quarters. The walls were stone, ancient and cold, and the windows looked out over the forbidden forest, where shadows moved between the trees with an intelligence that suggested something more than mere animals. Harry lay awake in his four-poster bed, the rune tattoos on his arm pulsing with a soft, golden light that matched the rhythm of his heartbeat. He had grown used to their presence over the years, the way they seemed to respond to his emotions, his thoughts, his very existence. They were a part of him now, as much as his eyes or his hands. Tomorrow, he would meet the other students. Tomorrow, he would be sorted into one of the 4 houses. Tomorrow, his life as a Hogwarts student would begin. But tonight, he was alone with his thoughts. A soft knock at his door roused him from his reverie. Harry sat up, his hand instinctively reaching for the small dagger Loki had given him, a parting gift that could cut through any enchantment. "Enter," he called out, his voice wary. The door opened to reveal a small, wrinkled figure with eyes that gleamed like silver coins. She was dressed in green robes, her hair tucked under a pointed hat, and she moved with a grace that belied her age. "Professor McGonagall," Harry said, relaxing slightly. The Transfiguration professor stepped into the room, her expression unreadable. "I apologize for disturbing you at this hour, Mr. Potter. But there is something I must discuss with you before the sorting ceremony tomorrow." Harry nodded, gesturing for her to sit. "Of course, Professor." "What is it?" McGonagall settled into the chair by the window, her gaze sweeping over Harry with an intensity that made him feel like he was being examined. "You are not what I expected, Mr. Potter. When Albus told me you were coming, I assumed you would be a typical Muggle-raised child, uncertain and overwhelmed. But you carry yourself like someone who has been trained for war." Harry smiled slightly. "I have had good teachers." "Indeed." McGonagall leaned forward. "The sorting hat will assess you tomorrow, Mr. Potter. It will look into your mind, your heart, your very soul. It will see everything you are and everything you could become. Are you prepared for that?" Harry considered the question carefully. He had been trained by the best minds in Asgard. Mimir had taught him to guard his thoughts. Loki had taught him to create false memories. Frigg had taught him to shield his innermost self. The sorting hat would see only what Harry wanted it to see. "I am prepared," he said simply. McGonagall studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "Very well. I trust Albus's judgment, even if I do not fully understand it. But I will say this, Mr. Potter, Hogwarts has never had a student like you. The castle itself seems to react to your presence. The magic here has grown stronger since your arrival." Harry felt a flicker of surprise. He had noticed the way the walls seemed to hum with power when he walked through them, the way the torches flared brighter, the way the very air seemed charged with potential. But he had assumed it was just his imagination. The castle recognizes something in you, McGonagall continued. Something ancient. Something powerful. Whatever it is, I hope you will use it wisely. I will, Professor, Harry promised. McGonagall rose, her expression softening slightly. Rest well, Mr. Potter. Tomorrow is the beginning of a new chapter in your life. She left, and Harry was alone again. He lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Tomorrow, he would face the sorting ceremony. Tomorrow, he would begin his formal education at Hogwarts. But first, he had to survive the night. The sorting ceremony was held in the Great Hall, a magnificent chamber that seemed to have been carved from the very heart of magic itself. The ceiling was enchanted to reflect the night sky, with thousands of candles floating above the assembled students like stars brought down to earth. Harry sat at the front of the hall, waiting with the other first years. He could feel the weight of hundreds of eyes upon him, could hear the whispered questions that rustled through the crowd like wind through autumn leaves. Is that really Harry Potter? He looks so normal. I heard he was raised by muggles. Look at his eyes, they're so green. Harry ignored the whispers, keeping his gaze fixed on the sorting hat that sat on a stool at the front of the hall. It was an old, battered hat, patched and frayed, and yet it radiated a power that Harry could feel even from a distance. The hat began to sing. Oh, you may not think I'm pretty. But don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. For I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat. And I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head. The sorting hat can't see. Harry listened to the song, but his mind was elsewhere. He was thinking about the runes on his arm, about the power that pulsed beneath his skin, about the destiny that awaited him. When the song ended, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, a scroll in her hand. When I call your name, you will come forward, sit on the stool, and I will place the sorting hat on your head. She began to read the names, and one by one, the first years went up to be sorted. Harry watched them with interest, noting how the hat seemed to deliberate over some while shouting out the house for others almost immediately. Abbott, Hannah! Hufflepuff. Bones, Susan! Hufflepuff. Boo, Terry! Ravenclaw. Brown, Lavender! Gryffindor. Harry could feel the magic building around him, pressing against his skin like a physical weight. The runes on his arm began to glow brighter, and he forced himself to calm down, to push the power back beneath the surface. Longbottom, Neville! Gryffindor. Finally, it was his turn. Potter, Harry! The hall fell silent. Every eye in the room turned to him, and Harry felt the weight of their gaze like a physical burden. He rose from his seat, his heart pounding, and walked toward the stool. As he sat down, the sorting hat was lowered onto his head, and a voice spoke directly into his mind. Ah, Harry Potter! I have been waiting for you. Harry forced himself to remain calm. You know who I am? I know everything about you, Harry. I can see into the deepest recesses of your soul. And what I see is remarkable. You carry the power of Asgard within you. You are a child of the runes, a prince of the Golden Realm. But there is something else, something darker, something that clings to you like a shadow. Harry tensed. The Horcrux. Indeed. Voldemort's soul fragment is embedded within your scar, a curse that should have killed you. But it did not. Instead, it has been transformed. The rune magic in your blood has subsumed it, turned it into something else entirely. How is that possible? The hat seemed to chuckle. Harry Potter, you are a creature of contradictions. You carry the power of creation and the taint of destruction. You are mortal and divine, fragile and unstoppable. You are a paradox given form. Harry waited, his breath held. As for your house, you have the courage of Gryffindor, the wisdom of Ravenclaw, the loyalty of Hufflepuff, and the ambition of Slytherin. Any house would be fortunate to have you. But there is one that calls to you above all others. One that will challenge you, shape you, and help you become who you are meant to be." The hat paused, then shouted, "Gryffindor!" The hall erupted in applause. Harry rose from the stool, a smile spreading across his face, and walked toward the table that had been covered in red and gold. The older students were cheering, pounding the tables, welcoming him with open arms. He had a house. He had a place. He had a family. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter felt like he truly belonged. The first few weeks at Hogwarts were an adjustment. Harry had grown used to the rhythms of Asgard, to the golden light and the warmth of his family. Hogwarts was different, darker, colder, more mysterious. The castle seemed to breathe with ancient secrets, its corridors shifting and changing in ways that defied logic. But Harry adapted quickly. He was a quick learner, and the magic of Hogwarts was familiar in a way that surprised him. The enchantments woven into the very stones of the castle were kin to the runes of Asgard, and Harry found that he could read them almost instinctively. He excelled in his classes, though he was careful to hide the true extent of his abilities. He performed well enough to avoid suspicion, but never so well that questions would be asked. He had learned the value of subtlety from Loki, and he applied that lesson diligently. His classmates were curious about him, and Harry found himself the object of constant attention. He was friendly but guarded, welcoming but distant. He had friends, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, but he kept a part of himself hidden, a secret that he could never share. The nightmares were the worst. Every night Harry dreamed of the cupboard. He dreamed of the Dursleys' cruel faces, of the cold and the hunger, of the desperate loneliness that had consumed him as a child. He dreamed of Voldemort's laugh, of the green light that had killed his parents, of the darkness that lurked within his own soul. He would wake up screaming, his heart pounding, the runes on his arm blazing with golden light. And he would lie there, trembling, trying to convince himself that he was safe, that he was home, that the nightmares couldn't hurt him. But they did hurt him. They always hurt him. One night, after a particularly vivid dream, Harry found himself walking the corridors of Hogwarts, unable to sleep. The castle was quiet, the only sounds the distant creak of old wood and the soft whisper of the wind. He found himself in a part of the castle he had never seen before, a forgotten corridor lined with tapestries that had faded to nothing. At the end of the corridor was a door, old and thick, carved with symbols that Harry recognized immediately. Runes. Ancient Asgardian runes. Harry's heart began to race. He reached out and touched the door, and the runes flared to life, bathing him in golden light. The door swung open, and Harry stepped through. The room beyond was a study of some kind, filled with books and artifacts. But it was the wall at the far end that drew Harry's attention. It was covered in runes, more runes than Harry had ever seen in one place, arranged in patterns that seemed to spiral inward like a maze. Harry moved closer, his eyes tracing the symbols. They were ancient, older than Asgard, older than any realm. And they were singing. The runes were singing to him. Harry reached out and touched the wall, and the song became a roar. Power flooded through him, raw and untamed, and Harry felt himself being pulled into the runes, his consciousness expanding until he could see the entire castle, the entire world, the entire universe. He saw the threads of fate that wove through all things. He saw the choices that shaped reality, the consequences that echoed through time, the endless dance of creation and destruction. And he saw himself. A figure of light and shadow, of divine power and mortal weakness. A figure who would shape the destiny of the 9 realms. Harry pulled his hand back, gasping. He stumbled away from the wall, his heart pounding, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "What was that?" he whispered. "What was that?" The runes had stopped singing, but Harry could still feel them vibrating in his soul. They had marked him, claimed him, bound him to their ancient purpose. And Harry knew, with terrifying certainty, that he could never be the same. The days that followed were strange and unsettling. Harry could feel the runes now, everywhere he looked. They were woven into the very fabric of Hogwarts, hidden beneath the surface, pulsing with ancient power. And they recognized him. They responded to his presence, flaring brighter when he approached, dimming when he departed. He tried to ignore them, to pretend that nothing had changed. But the runes refused to be ignored. They whispered to him in the silence of his room, sang to him in the corridors, called to him in his dreams. He knew he couldn't keep this secret forever. He had to tell someone. But who? Who could possibly understand what was happening to him? It was Frigg who provided the answer. Harry wrote to her every week, as promised, and she wrote back with advice and encouragement. This time, however, Harry held nothing back. He told her everything: the dreams, the nightmares, the runes in the forgotten corridor, the terrible power that had surged through him. Frigg's response came within hours, carried by a raven that had appeared at Harry's window. "My dearest Harry," she wrote, "I am coming to Hogwarts. We must speak in person. There are things you need to understand, things that must be done. Wait for me." Harry read the letter 3 times, his heart pounding. Frigg was coming. The All-Mother herself was coming to Hogwarts. He didn't know whether to be relieved or terrified. The night of Frigg's arrival, Harry waited in the room of the forgotten corridor, sitting cross-legged before the rune-covered wall. He had told no one where he was going, had crept through the castle like a thief in the night. The door opened, and Frigg stepped through, her robes shimmering with starlight. She looked tired, her eyes shadowed, but her smile when she saw Harry was warm and genuine. "Mother!" Harry breathed, rising to his feet. Frigg crossed the room and embraced him, holding him tightly. "Oh, my son! I have missed you so much!" Harry buried his face in her shoulder, breathing in her familiar scent of flowers and magic. "I'm glad you're here. I didn't know what else to do." Frigg pulled back, studying his face. "You were right to call me. What you have discovered is of grave importance, not just to you, but to all the 9 realms." Harry led her to the rune-covered wall, and Frigg's breath caught as she saw it. "By the All-Father," she whispered, "I never thought I would see this again." "What is it?" Harry asked. "What does it mean?" Frigg reached out and touched the wall, her fingers tracing the symbols. "These are the primordial runes, Harry. The source of all magic. They were created at the dawn of time, when the universe was first being shaped. They are the building blocks of reality itself." Harry stared at the wall, his mind reeling. But how did they get here? How are they in Hogwarts? Because Hogwarts was built on one of the most powerful magical nexus points in all of Midgard. Frigg explained. The founders knew what lay beneath the castle, and they wove its power into the very fabric of the school. But even they never fully understood what they had found. She turned to face Harry, her expression serious. "You are connected to these runes, Harry. Your magic, your very soul, resonates with them. They have called you here, and they have revealed themselves to you. That means something." Harry's heart was pounding. "What does it mean?" Frigg took his hands in hers. "It means that you are ready, Harry. Ready to fully embrace your destiny. The primordial runes have chosen you as their guardian. And I believe it is time for me to perform the ceremony that will unlock your full potential." Harry blinked. "What ceremony?" Frigg closed her eyes, and when she opened them, they glowed with ancient power. The blessing of the All-Mother. A ceremony that has not been performed in thousands of years. It will awaken the primordial rune heart within you, making you the first god of runes since the dawn of creation. Harry felt his blood run cold. I don't understand. What is the primordial rune heart? What does it mean to be a god of runes?" Frigg smiled gently. "The rune heart is the source of all rune magic. It is the core of creation itself, the spark that ignited the universe. If you are blessed with it, you will have the ability to shape reality through runes. You will be able to create, destroy, alter, and reshape the world around you." Harry shook his head slowly. "But I'm just a boy. I'm not ready for that kind of power." "Are any of us ready for power, Harry?" Frigg asked. "I certainly was not when I became a goddess. Odin was not when he became the All-Father. The Asgardians were not when they rose to prominence. You grow into your power, Harry. You learn to wield it with wisdom and responsibility. Harry looked at the wall, at the glowing runes that pulsed with ancient power. What if I'm not strong enough? What if I can't control it? Frigg knelt before him, her eyes meeting his. I have seen you grow, Harry. I have watched you overcome abuse and neglect, have watched you master magic that would take others centuries to learn. You are stronger than you know, braver than you believe. You are my son, and I have faith in you. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. I'm scared, Mother. Frigg embraced him. I know, my little star. I am scared too. But we must be brave. The fate of the 9 realms may rest on what is about to happen. Are you ready to accept that responsibility? Harry thought about everything he had been through, the cruelty of the Dursleys, the warmth of Asgard, the friendships he had forged, the battles he had yet to fight. He thought about the runes that pulsed in his blood, the power that sang in his soul. And he nodded slowly. Okay, he whispered. I'll do it. The ceremony took place in the chamber of the Forgotten Corridor, the primordial runes blazing with light as Frigg prepared the ritual. Harry stood in the center of the room, his robes removed, his tattoos glowing with an inner light. Frigg walked around him, painting symbols on his skin with a golden liquid that seemed to burn with the heat of the sun. The blessing of the Allmother is a binding ritual, Frigg explained as she worked. It will link your soul to the primordial rune heart, awakening the power within you. The process will be painful, Harry. You must not resist it. Harry swallowed hard. How painful? Frigg paused, her eyes meeting his. More painful than anything you have ever experienced. The power of creation is not gentle, Harry. It does not ask permission. It simply is. You must open yourself to it completely, let it flow through you, accept it into your very being. Harry nodded, his jaw set. I understand. Frigg finished the symbols and stepped back, her hands raised. The runes on the wall began to pulse faster, their light growing brighter until it filled the entire room. By the power of the Allmother, Frigg intoned, her voice echoing with ancient authority. By the authority of the 9 realms. By the voice of creation itself. I call upon the primordial rune heart. I call upon its power. I call upon its blessing. The light intensified, burning like 1,000 suns. Harry felt heat wash over him, felt the runes on his skin blister and burn. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay still, to remain calm. I present Harry of Asgard. Frigg continued. Son of the Allfather. Prince of the Golden Realm. He is worthy of your blessing. He is worthy of your power. Grant him the rune heart, and let him become what he was meant to be. The runes exploded with light, and Harry felt himself being lifted from the floor, his body suspended in the air. The pain was overwhelming, like fire in his veins, like ice in his bones, like the very fabric of reality being torn apart and remade. Harry screamed. He couldn't help it. The pain was too much, too intense, too all-consuming. He felt the runes on his skin burning deeper, marking him, changing him, transforming him into something new. And then, suddenly it stopped. Harry fell to the ground, gasping. He lay there for a long moment, his body trembling, his mind reeling. He felt different. Changed. Like there was something new inside him, something that hummed with the power of creation itself. Frigg rushed to his side, her hands hovering over him. Harry! Can you hear me? Are you all right? Harry opened his eyes, and the world shifted. He could see the runes now, not just on the wall, but everywhere. They were woven into the very fabric of reality, millions of symbols that interconnected and interlocked, forming the foundation of all existence. And Harry could feel them, could sense their meaning, could touch their power. I can see them, he whispered. All of them. Every single one. Frigg's smile was radiant. The rune heart has awakened within you, Harry. You are the first god of runes since the dawn of creation. Your power is beyond measure. But you must use it wisely. You must be careful, for the power you hold is the power of creation itself. Harry sat up slowly, his body aching but his mind blazing with new understanding. He reached out and touched the wall, and the runes sang to him, welcoming their new master. "I can feel them," he said. "They're connected to me. They respond to my thoughts, my desires. I can shape them, change them, use them to reshape reality itself." Frigg nodded, her expression both proud and worried. "Yes. That is the power of the rune heart. But remember, Harry, with great power comes great responsibility. You must never use your power for selfish purposes. You must always act with wisdom and compassion." Harry looked down at his hands, at the glowing runes that now covered his skin. "I understand, Mother. I won't let you down." Frigg pulled him into an embrace. "I know, my son. I know." The days that followed were a time of discovery and wonder. Harry had always been powerful, but now he was something more. He could feel the runes everywhere, in the stones of Hogwarts, in the air he breathed, in the very blood that flowed through his veins. He could read them, understand them, shape them with his will. He began to experiment, cautiously at first, then with growing confidence. He discovered that he could change the properties of objects, altering their composition with a thought. He could create fire and water, shape the earth, command the winds. He could teleport across vast distances, move objects with his mind, weave illusions so real that even the most skilled seer couldn't detect them. But the most profound change was in his perception. Harry could see the fate of things now, the threads of probability that connected all events. He could see the choices that lay ahead, the consequences that would follow, the paths that led to victory, and the paths that led to defeat. It was terrifying. It was exhilarating. It was everything. And through it all, Frigg was there, guiding him, teaching him, helping him learn to control his new power. She took him on journeys through the 9 realms, introducing him to the beings who had shaped the very fabric of existence. In the caverns of the dwarves, Harry learned to forge runes that could create artifacts of incredible power. In the icy wastes of Jotunheim, he learned to use runes to command the elements themselves. In the dreamlike realms of the elves, he learned to enchant with song and music. With each lesson, Harry grew stronger, more confident, more powerful. And with each lesson, he felt the weight of his destiny pressing down upon him. He was the god of runes. He was the child of prophecy. He was the one who would shape the fate of the 9 realms. And he was determined to prove worthy of that destiny. But not everyone was pleased with Harry's transformation. Loki, in particular, had grown increasingly distant. The younger prince watched Harry with a cold, calculating gaze that made Harry's skin crawl. He offered false smiles and empty compliments, but Harry could see the jealousy burning in his eyes. "Brother," Loki said one day, when the two of them were alone in the gardens, "you seem different. More powerful. More confident." Harry met his gaze steadily. "I have had good teachers." Loki laughed, a hollow sound. "Indeed. The All-Mother has certainly favored you. You have been blessed with power beyond any Asgardian's dreams. Tell me, how does it feel to be so special?" Harry felt a pang of sympathy for his brother. He knew what it was like. To feel inferior, to feel that you would never measure up, to feel that no matter how hard you tried, you would always be second best. "Loki," he said gently, "you are my brother. I don't want to compete with you. I want to work with you. We can achieve great things together." Loki's expression flickered, something dark and dangerous passing through his eyes. "Work together? That's rich, coming from the Golden Child. You have everything, Harry. You have power, you have prestige, you have the love and admiration of the entire realm. What do I have?" "You have yourself," Harry said. "You have your intelligence, your wit, your incredible magical abilities. You are one of the most powerful sorcerers in all the 9 realms. That's not nothing." Loki stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, a cruel smile spread across his face. "You are naive, little brother. But perhaps that's for the best. It will make what's coming so much more enjoyable." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "What do you mean?" Loki waved a hand dismissively. Nothing. Just enjoy your power while you can, Harry. Things have a way of changing. Often when you least expect it. He turned and walked away, leaving Harry alone with his unease. Frigg noticed the tension between the two brothers and tried to intervene. Loki is struggling, she told Harry one evening. He feels overshadowed by your success. He feels that his own achievements have been overlooked. You must be patient with him. I am patient, Harry insisted. But he won't let me in. He won't let anyone in. Frigg sighed. I know, my son. Loki's heart has been closed for a very long time. But I believe that you have the power to open it. You have the kindness, the compassion, the understanding that he needs. Do not give up on him. Harry nodded reluctantly. I'll try, Mother. But I can't promise anything. Frigg smiled sadly. That's all I ask, my son. That's all I ask? Weeks turned into months, and Harry's training continued. He learned to control the rune heart, to summon its power at will and shape it according to his desires. He learned to create artifacts of incredible power, to weave enchantments that would last for millennia, to bend the very fabric of reality to his will. And through it all, he never stopped learning about the runes. He studied their history, their meaning, their power. He learned about the ancient gods who had created them, the wars that had been fought over them, the secrets that had been hidden within them. He was a god of runes now. He was the most powerful being in the 9 realms, even more powerful than Odin. But Harry was not arrogant. He was not proud. He knew that power came with responsibility, that the rune heart was a gift that had to be used wisely. He would not let the power corrupt him. He would not let the power destroy him. He would use it to protect those he loved, to fight for justice and peace, to build a better world for all. That was his promise. That was his destiny. And so, Harry's life continued. He walked the halls of Hogwarts, a prince among wizards, a god among mortals. His power grew stronger with each passing day, his understanding deeper, his wisdom greater. But he was still Harry. He was still the boy who had lived in a cupboard, the child who had known cruelty and neglect. He was still the son of Lily and James Potter, the heir to a legacy of love and sacrifice. And he was still searching for his place in the world. As he stood in the room of the forgotten corridor, surrounded by glowing runes that pulsed with the power of creation itself, Harry felt a sense of purpose wash over him. He was the god of runes. He was the child of prophecy. He was the one who would shape the fate of the 9 realms. But he was also Harry. Just Harry. And that was enough. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. The language that created reality. The morning light filtered through the stained glass windows of the forgotten corridor, casting kaleidoscopic patterns across the rune-covered walls. Harry sat cross-legged on the cold stone floor, his eyes closed, his breathing slow and measured. The primordial rune heart pulsed within his chest like a second heartbeat, synchronized with the ancient symbols that covered every surface of the chamber. He had been sitting here for hours, meditating, listening to the song of the runes. They sang to him constantly now, a chorus of voices that spoke in a language older than the stars. At first, the sound had been overwhelming, a cacophony of meaning that threatened to drown out his own thoughts. But Harry had learned to listen selectively, to focus on individual voices while letting others fade into the background. Today, he was trying to understand something new. The runes are not just symbols, Frigg had told him during one of her visits. They are the language of creation itself. Each rune represents a fundamental law of existence, a concept so basic that it cannot be broken down into smaller parts. When you write a rune, you are not just making a mark on a surface. You are declaring that a certain law applies to a certain part of reality. Harry had nodded, understanding the concept intellectually. But it was only now, sitting in the heart of the primordial rune chamber, that he was beginning to truly grasp its implications. He opened his eyes and looked at his hands. The runes tattooed on his skin glowed with a soft, golden light, pulsing in time with his heartbeat. They were not just decorations, they were declarations. Statements of law that applied to his very being. The rune for fire on his right palm meant that he could command flame. The rune for water on his left palm meant that he could control the flow of liquid. The rune for earth on his chest meant that he could shape stone and soil. The rune for air on his forehead meant that he could bend the winds to his will. But those were just the basic runes. The ones that every Asgardian learned as part of their magical education. The ones that Harry had mastered years ago. What he was learning now was something far more profound. He closed his eyes again and reached out with his mind, touching the fabric of reality itself. It was like running his fingers over a tapestry woven from light and shadow, each thread a law of existence, each knot a concept that had been woven into the very structure of the universe. The runes were the threads. And Harry could see them all. He focused on a single thread, the concept of distance. It was a basic law, one that governed the separation between objects in space. But as Harry examined it more closely, he realized that it was not a single law at all. It was a complex web of interconnected concepts, each one building on the last. Distance was defined by space. Space was defined by dimensions. Dimensions were defined by geometry. Geometry was defined by mathematics. Mathematics was defined by logic. Logic was defined by. Harry's mind reeled as he followed the chain of concepts deeper and deeper, until he reached the very foundation of existence itself. At the core of everything, there was a single, impossibly complex rune, a symbol that contained the sum total of all creation. "What is it?" he whispered, his voice barely audible in the silence of the chamber. The rune pulsed in response, and Harry felt a wave of understanding wash over him. It was the rune of existence. The Alpha and Omega. The beginning and the end. It was the law that declared that anything could exist, that nothing was impossible, that the universe was limited only by the imagination of those who shaped it. Harry reached out with his mind and touched the rune. And reality screamed. The world dissolved around him. Harry found himself floating in a void of pure potential, surrounded by nothing and everything at the same time. There was no up or down, no left or right, no before or after. There was only the infinite expanse of creation itself, waiting to be shaped by the will of a god of runes. "Where am I?" Harry asked, his voice echoing in the emptiness. "You are at the heart of the primordial rune," a voice answered, a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You have touched the source of all reality, Harry Potter. You have seen the foundation upon which all existence is built." Harry turned, trying to find the source of the voice, but there was nothing to see. Only the infinite void, stretching in all directions. "Who are you?" he asked. "I am what I am," the voice replied. "I am the first thought, the first word, the first law. I am the rune of existence. And I have been waiting for you." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "Waiting for me? Why?" "Because you are the first being in eons who has the potential to understand me truly. The gods of Asgard, the wizards of Midgard, the elves and dwarves and giants, they all use my power, but they do not understand it. They trace the symbols, they speak the words, but they do not comprehend the deeper meaning. You are different, Harry Potter. You can see the truth behind the symbols." Harry frowned. "What truth?" The void around him shimmered, and images began to form, images of gods and mortals, of wars and peace, of creation and destruction. Harry saw Odin hanging from Yggdrasil, his eye sacrificed for wisdom. He saw Frigg weaving the threads of fate, her hands moving with impossible precision. He saw Loki, his face twisted with rage and jealousy, standing at the edge of a precipice. He saw himself. "The truth is that reality is a language," the rune of existence said. "Every law of physics, every principle of magic, every aspect of existence is a word in that language. And you, Harry Potter, are a being who can speak that language fluently. You are not just a god of runes. You are the embodiment of the language itself." Harry shook his head slowly. "I don't understand." "What does that mean?" "It means that you have the power to rewrite reality," the rune said. "Not just to bend it or shape it, but to fundamentally change its nature. You can create new laws of existence, new principles of magic, new aspects of reality. You can make the impossible possible, the improbable certain, the unthinkable real. Harry felt his heart race. That's too much power. No one should have that kind of power. The rune laughed, a sound like the birth of stars. You are right, Harry. No one should have that kind of power. And yet you do? The question is not whether you are worthy of it. The question is what you will do with it. Harry was silent for a long moment, the weight of the rune's words pressing down on him. He had always known he was powerful. He had always known he was destined for greatness. But this was something else entirely. What do I do? He finally asked. How do I use this power? The void around him began to shift, and Harry felt himself being pulled back toward reality. But before he fully returned, the rune of existence spoke one final time. Start small, Harry Potter. Change something tiny. Something insignificant. Something that no one will notice. And then, when you understand the consequences of your actions, you can begin to change larger things. But be warned, every change you make, no matter how small, will have consequences. You cannot change the fabric of reality without affecting everything connected to it. Use your power wisely, or you will regret it. The world snapped back into focus, and Harry found himself sitting in the primordial rune chamber once more. His heart was pounding, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The runes on the walls were pulsing with light, as if they were celebrating his return. He looked down at his hands. The runes on his skin were brighter than before, pulsing with a power that seemed to have grown stronger. The rune of existence. He had touched it. He had spoken with it. He had been given a power beyond anything he had ever imagined. And now, he had to decide what to do with it. The days that followed were a time of careful experimentation. Harry had taken the rune of existence's advice to heart. He started small, making tiny changes that no one would notice. He changed the color of a flower in the gardens, making its petals shimmer with an iridescent sheen that had never existed before. He altered the taste of the water in the great hall, adding a hint of honey that disappeared after a single sip. He adjusted the temperature in his chambers, making them always perfectly comfortable regardless of the season. Each change was tiny, almost unnoticeable. But each change taught Harry something new about the nature of reality. He learned that changing one thing always affected something else. When he changed the color of the flower, the insects that pollinated it began to behave differently, seeking out the new color in a way that altered the entire ecosystem of the garden. When he changed the taste of the water, the students who drank it found themselves feeling slightly happier, their moods lifted by the subtle sweetness that lingered on their tongues. When he changed the temperature of his chambers, the magic that regulated the castle's heating system had to compensate, shifting the warmth to other parts of the building in ways that Harry hadn't anticipated. Small changes, large consequences. That was the lesson Harry was learning. He kept a journal, recording every change he made and every consequence he observed. The journal grew thicker with each passing day, its pages filled with observations and theories, speculations and discoveries. And slowly, Harry began to understand the language of creation. "You've been spending a lot of time in that corridor," Ron Weasley observed one afternoon. The two of them were sitting in the Gryffindor common room, a fire crackling in the hearth. "What's in there anyway? Something interesting?" Harry smiled, careful not to reveal too much. "Just studying. There are some old books down there that I found. Really old. Full of information that you can't find anywhere else." Ron nodded, accepting the explanation easily. "Sounds like something Hermione would like. Have you told her about it?" "No," Harry said a little too quickly. "I don't think she'd be interested. It's mostly ancient history. Boring stuff." Ron laughed. "You don't know Hermione very well, do you? She loves boring stuff. The more boring, the better. She'd probably spend every waking hour down there if she knew about it." Harry felt a pang of guilt. He should tell Hermione about the primordial rune chamber. She would find it fascinating. She would understand it in a way that Ron couldn't. But he couldn't. The chamber was his secret. His responsibility. He couldn't share it with anyone, not even his closest friends. "I'll think about it," he said vaguely. "Anyway, how are you doing with the Transfiguration homework? McGonagall was looking pretty fierce in class today." Ron groaned. "Don't remind me. I don't understand why we have to turn matches into needles. It's not like I'm ever going to need to do that in real life. Why can't we learn something useful? Like turning my enemies into toads?" Harry laughed, but his mind was elsewhere. He was thinking about the rune of existence. He was thinking about the power that pulsed within him. He was thinking about the responsibilities that came with that power. And he was thinking about the future. The first time Harry used his power on a larger scale, it was to save a life. A first-year student, a Hufflepuff girl named Susan Bones, had fallen from a window in one of the castle's towers. She had been leaning too far out, trying to catch a glimpse of a dragon that had been spotted in the distance. The railing had given way, and she had plummeted toward the ground below. Harry had been walking through the courtyard when he heard the scream. He looked up and saw the girl falling, her robes billowing around her like a parachute that was failing to slow her descent. He acted without thinking. His hand went up, and the rune for air blazed alive on his palm. The wind around Susan surged, catching her in a cushion of invisible force that slowed her fall until she was floating gently to the ground. Susan landed on her feet, trembling but unharmed. She looked up at Harry with wide eyes. "How did you do that?" she asked, her voice shaking. "That was amazing!" Harry forced a smile. "Just lucky, I guess. I saw you falling and I don't know. I just wish you would stop. And you did." Susan didn't look convinced, but she didn't press the issue. "Thank you," she said simply. "Thank you so much. I thought I was going to die." Harry helped her to her feet. "It's all right. You're safe now. But maybe be more careful next time, okay? The windows in this castle are old. They're not all reliable." Susan nodded, still trembling. "I will. I promise." She hurried away, and Harry watched her go, his heart pounding. He had just used his power in a way that was visible to others. He had just broken his own rule of staying hidden. But he couldn't regret it. He had saved a life. That was worth any risk. The news of the incident spread quickly through the castle. "Did you hear about Harry Potter? He saved that Hufflepuff girl from falling out of a tower. How did he do it? Did he use a spell?" "No, I heard he just wished her to stop falling. And she did. It must be his magic. That weird magic that everyone says he has. Harry Potter is a hero." Harry tried to downplay the incident, but the whispers followed him everywhere. He couldn't walk through the corridors without someone pointing at him, whispering about what he had done. "He's a hero," Ron said proudly, clapping Harry on the back. "You should have seen it, Hermione." Harry just stood there, raised his hand, and the wind just caught her. It was incredible. Hermione looked at Harry with narrowed eyes. "That's not normal magic, Harry. That's not any spell I've ever heard of. How did you do it?" Harry shrugged, trying to look casual. "I don't know. It just happened. I saw her falling and I wanted to help, and then… I don't know. The wind just did what I wanted it to do." Hermione's eyes narrowed even further. "That's not how magic works, Harry. Magic requires intention and focus and precise execution. You can't just wish for something to happen and have it happen. Unless…" She trailed off, a strange expression on her face. "Unless what?" Ron asked. Hermione shook her head. "Never mind. It's probably nothing." But Harry could see the suspicion in her eyes. Hermione knew something. She didn't know what, but she knew that Harry's magic was different from ordinary magic. He would have to be more careful in the future. That night, Harry returned to the primordial rune chamber. He sat in the center of the room, the runes pulsing around him, and closed his eyes. He reached out with his mind, touching the fabric of reality, feeling the threads of the language of creation. He wanted to understand more. He wanted to learn more. He wanted to master the power that pulsed within him. He focused on the rune of existence, the source of all creation, and asked it a question. How do I control this power? How do I use it without causing harm? The rune's voice echoed in his mind. You are already learning, Harry Potter. You saved a life today. That was a good use of your power. But you must remember, every use of your power has consequences. The girl you saved will go on to do great things. She will have a family. She will change the world. All because you chose to save her. Harry nodded slowly. I understand. But what about the negative consequences? What if I make a mistake? What if I change something that shouldn't be changed? The rune was silent for a moment. Then it spoke again. You will make mistakes, Harry Potter. It is inevitable. You are mortal, and mortals are imperfect. But you will learn from your mistakes. You will grow. You will become wiser. And eventually, you will use your power to shape reality in ways that will benefit all of creation. Harry felt a surge of hope. You really believe that? I do not believe anything, Harry Potter. I am the rune of existence. I am simply an observer. But I have observed the course of fate, and I have seen the role you will play in the future. You will be a great leader, a powerful protector, and a source of hope for all who look to you. Harry opened his eyes, and the runes on the walls seemed to glow brighter, as if they were acknowledging the truth of the rune's words. He was the god of runes. He was the embodiment of the language of creation. And he would use his power wisely. Harry's training continued, and he grew more confident in his abilities. He learned to combine runes, creating complex spells that could accomplish multiple things at once. He learned to weave runes into objects, creating artifacts of incredible power that could be used by others. He learned to speak the language of creation, his voice carrying the authority of a god of runes. And he learned to see the consequences of his actions before he took them. It was a strange gift, the ability to see the future, or at least the potential futures that lay ahead. Harry could look at a situation and see the various paths that could result from it. He could choose the path that led to the best outcome. But he also learned that the future was not fixed. Every choice he made changed the course of events, creating new possibilities and new futures. He could never be certain that his choices were correct, but he could be certain that they were made with the best intentions. It was a heavy burden, but Harry carried it willingly. Weeks turned into months, and Harry's power continued to grow. He began to experiment with more complex changes, altering reality in ways that were subtle but profound. He changed the laws of physics in small areas, allowing objects to float or move in ways that defied gravity. He adjusted the flow of time, speeding it up or slowing it down in isolated spaces. He even created new forms of magic, weaving runes together in ways that had never been attempted before. Each experiment taught him something new about the nature of reality. He learned that the universe was infinitely flexible, capable of accommodating almost any change that could be imagined. He learned that the only limits were those imposed by his own understanding and imagination. And he learned that with great power came great responsibility. One evening, Odin appeared in the primordial rune chamber. The Allfather stood in the doorway, his single eye gleaming with ancient wisdom. He looked at Harry, at the runes on his skin, at the power that pulsed within him, and smiled. "You have grown, my son," Odin said. "You have become something truly remarkable." Harry rose to his feet, bowing his head. "Father, I didn't expect you to visit." Odin entered the chamber, his armored boots clanking on the stone floor. "I had to see for myself. Frigg has told me about your progress, but I needed to witness it with my own eyes." He walked to the center of the room, his gaze sweeping over the runes that covered the walls. The primordial rune chamber. I never thought I would see it again. The last time I was here, the world was very different. Harry frowned. "You've been here before?" Odin nodded. "A long time ago. Before the founding of Hogwarts, before the rise of the wizarding world. I came here to seek wisdom, and I found it. But I could never fully access the power of this place. It was not meant for me. He turned to face Harry, his expression serious. But it was meant for you, Harry. You are the one who can unlock its secrets. You are the one who can use its power to shape the future. Harry felt a surge of pride quickly, followed by a wave of anxiety. I'm trying, Father. But it's a lot of responsibility. Sometimes I feel like I'm not ready. Odin laughed softly. No one is ever ready for the kind of power you possess, Harry. But you are handling it better than most. You are wise beyond your years, cautious when you should be cautious, bold when you should be bold. That is the mark of a true leader. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. I am proud of you, my son. More proud than I can say. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. Thank you, Father. Odin squeezed his shoulder gently. Now tell me about your experiments. I am eager to hear what you have discovered. They spoke for hours, Harry describing his discoveries and Odin listening with the patience of an immortal who had seen it all before. Harry explained his understanding of the language of creation, the way the runes could be woven together to create new laws of existence. He demonstrated his ability to alter reality, creating a small pocket of space where gravity worked in the opposite direction. Odin watched with approval, his single eye gleaming with pride. You have exceeded all my expectations, he said. I knew you were powerful, but I did not realize how quickly you would master your abilities. You have become the first true god of runes since the dawn of creation. Harry shook his head. I'm still learning, Father. There's so much I don't know. Odin smiled. And there always will be. That is the nature of wisdom, Harry. The more you learn, the more you realize you have yet to learn. It is a humbling realization, but it is also a liberating one. Harry nodded, understanding the truth of Odin's words. You will be challenged, Odin continued. There will be those who fear your power, those who seek to use it for their own purposes, those who will try to destroy you because of what you are. You must be prepared for all of these challenges. I will, Father, Harry said firmly. I won't let anyone use my power for evil. I will protect the 9 realms with everything I have. Odin's smile widened. I know you will, my son. I know you will. When Odin departed, Harry sat alone in the primordial rune chamber, contemplating everything he had learned. He was the god of runes. He was the embodiment of the language of creation. He had the power to shape reality itself. And yet, he was still just a boy. Still Harry. Still the child who had lived in a cupboard, who had been abused and neglected, who had been saved by the love of a goddess. He thought about the future, about the challenges that lay ahead. He thought about Voldemort, about the Dark Lord who had killed his parents, and would stop at nothing to destroy him. He thought about the prophecies that spoke of his destiny, the battles he would have to fight, the sacrifices he would have to make. It was a lot to bear, even for a god of runes. But Harry did not despair. He had learned something important in his time at Hogwarts, something that would stay with him for the rest of his life. He was not alone. He had his parents, who loved him unconditionally. He had Odin and Frigg, who had given him a home and a family. He had Thor and Loki, who were his brothers. He had Ron and Hermione and Neville, who were his friends. And he had the runes, the ancient language of creation, singing to him in the silence of the night. Harry closed his eyes and let the song wash over him. He felt the power of the runes flowing through his veins, felt the connection to the very fabric of reality, felt the weight of his destiny pressing down on him. And he smiled. He was Harry Potter, the boy who lived. He was Harry of Asgard, the god of runes. He was the one who would shape the future. And he was ready. But the future, Harry would learn, was always more complicated than it seemed. In the shadows of Asgard, Loki was plotting. The younger prince had grown increasingly bitter over the years, his jealousy of Harry's power festering like an open wound. He had begun to study the runes in secret, hoping to learn the secrets of Harry's power and use them for his own purposes. He was not successful. The runes would not respond to him. They recognized only their true master, the one who had been blessed by the Allmother herself. But Loki was not deterred. He continued his research, delving deeper into the forbidden texts of Asgard, searching for any way to gain the power he craved. And eventually he found it. "Harry," Frigg said one evening, her voice tight with concern, "I need to warn you. Loki has been acting strangely. He's been spending time in the library, researching things that he shouldn't be researching. I think he's trying to find a way to copy your power." Harry frowned. "He's been acting distant for months. I know he's jealous of what I've become, but I didn't think he would actually try to steal my power." Frigg shook her head. "I don't know what he's planning, but I know it's dangerous. Loki is clever, Harry. He's the cleverest being I've ever known. If he sets his mind to something, he usually finds a way to accomplish it." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "What do you think he's going to do?" "I don't know," Frigg admitted. "But I think we need to be prepared." "I think you need to be prepared." Harry nodded slowly. "I'll keep my eyes open. If he tries anything, I'll be ready." Frigg embraced him. "Be careful, my son. Loki may be your brother, but he is also complicated. He has a darkness in him that I have never been able to fully understand. If he tries to harm you, you must defend yourself." "I will, Mother," Harry said. "I promise." The confrontation happened sooner than Harry expected. He was walking through the corridors of Hogwarts, heading to the primordial rune chamber for his nightly meditation, when he felt a disturbance in the fabric of reality. It was like a ripple in a pond, a tremor that shook the very foundation of existence. Harry stopped, his hand going to the rune on his chest. "What was that?" The walls of the corridor began to tremble, and the runes that were woven into the stone flared with sudden light. The air grew cold, impossibly cold, and a shadow fell over the corridor. And then the void beast emerged. It was a creature of pure darkness, its form shifting and changing as it moved. Its eyes burned with a malevolent light, and its body seemed to absorb the light around it, creating a pocket of absolute blackness that consumed everything it touched. Harry stared at the beast, his heart pounding. He had never seen anything like it. It was a being of pure chaos, a creature that had been imprisoned before time itself. And somehow, it had been released. "Loki!" Harry breathed, realizing what had happened. "He did this. He tried to copy my power, and he released this thing." The void beast turned toward him, its burning eyes focusing on his small form. It roared, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once, and charged. Harry reacted instinctively. His hand went up, and the rune for light blazed to life on his palm. A beam of golden energy shot toward the beast, striking it in the chest. The beast screamed, its form flickering as the light touched it. But it did not stop. It continued its charge, its claws reaching for Harry. Harry dodged, rolling to the side as the beast's claws raked through the stone where he had been standing. He scrambled to his feet, his mind racing, trying to think of a way to defeat this creature. He had never faced anything like it before. His training in Asgard had prepared him for many things, but not for this. Not for a being of pure chaos that had been imprisoned before time itself. But Harry was not just any wizard. He was a god of runes. He had the power to shape reality itself. He reached out with his mind, touching the fabric of existence, and began to weave a new law. "By the power of the All-Mother," he intoned, his voice echoing. "With authority. By the authority of the 9 realms. By the voice of creation itself. I declare that this creature shall not exist. I declare that it shall be returned to the void from which it came." The runes on Harry's skin blazed with light, and the primordial rune chamber answered his call. The walls of the corridor began to glow, the ancient symbols pulsing with power. The void beast screamed again, its form beginning to dissolve. It fought against the power that was unmaking it, its claws reaching for Harry one last time. But it was too late. The runes had spoken. The law had been declared. The void beast vanished, its form dissolving into nothingness. Harry collapsed to his knees, his body trembling with exhaustion. He had just done something incredible, something that no one else in the 9 realms could have done. He had unmade a creature of pure chaos, sending it back to the void from which it had come. He had won. But the victory was bittersweet. Loki had tried to copy his power. Loki had released the void beast. Loki had nearly destroyed everything. Harry knew he should be angry. He knew he should be furious. But all he felt was sadness. Loki was his brother. They had trained together, laughed together, grown up together. They had shared so many moments, so many memories. And now, Loki had betrayed him. Harry rose to his feet, his body still trembling. He walked toward the primordial rune chamber, his mind racing. He knew what he had to do. He had to confront Loki. He had to make him understand the consequences of his actions. But he also knew that confronting Loki would change everything. It would shatter the fragile peace that had existed between them. It would make enemies of brothers. Harry took a deep breath and stepped into the primordial rune chamber. The runes on the walls pulsed with light, welcoming their master. Harry closed his eyes and reached out with his mind, touching the fabric of reality. He would confront Loki tomorrow. Tonight he needed to rest. He sat down in the center of the chamber and began to meditate. The song of the runes filled his mind, soothing his troubled thoughts. And slowly, Harry began to find peace. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Training across the 9 realms. The morning after the Void Beast's destruction, Harry rose before dawn and made his way to the primordial rune chamber. His body still ached from the exertion of unmaking the creature, but his mind was clear and focused. He knew what he had to do. He sat in the center of the chamber, the runes pulsing around him like a living heartbeat, and reached out with his consciousness. He touched the threads of fate, searching for Loki, trying to understand what his brother had done and why. The answer came to him in fragments, images of Loki hunched over forbidden texts, his fingers tracing symbols he didn't understand, his face twisted with desperate longing. Harry saw the moment Loki had attempted to copy the primordial rune heart's power, felt the surge of chaotic energy that had torn through the fabric of reality, witnessed the void beast's emergence from its ancient prison. And he saw Loki's reaction, the terror in his eyes as he realized what he had unleashed, the guilt that consumed him as he fled the scene. Loki hadn't meant to release the beast. He had been reckless, arrogant, foolish. But he hadn't been malicious. Not truly. Harry opened his eyes, a decision forming in his mind. He would not confront Loki with anger or accusations. He would offer his brother a chance at redemption. But first, he needed to speak with Odin and Frigg. The All-Father listened to Harry's account in silence, his single eye unreadable. Frigg sat beside him, her hand clasped in his, her expression a mixture of sorrow and relief. "You destroyed the Void Beast," Odin said when Harry had finished. "You unmade a creature that had existed since before the dawn of time. Do you understand what that means, Harry?" Harry nodded slowly. "It means I have more power than I realized. It means the primordial rune heart is stronger than I thought. It means you are the most powerful being in the 9 realms," Odin corrected gently. "Perhaps in all of existence. The void beasts were imprisoned by the first gods, beings of such immense power that even I cannot fully comprehend them. And you destroyed one with a single declaration." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "I didn't mean to show off. I just wanted to protect everyone." Odin smiled, a warm, proud smile that softened his ancient features. "I know, my son. And that is precisely why you are worthy of the power you possess. You do not seek glory or admiration. You seek only to protect those you love." Frigg rose from her seat and crossed to Harry, pulling him into a tight embrace. "You were so brave, Harry. So incredibly brave. I am so proud of you." Harry hugged her back, burying his face in her shoulder. "I was scared, Mother. I didn't know if I could stop it." "But you did," Frigg said softly. "You stopped it, and you saved everyone. That is what heroes do, Harry. They face their fears and overcome them." Harry pulled back, wiping his eyes. "What about Loki? What are we going to do about him?" Odin's expression grew serious. Loki has transgressed against the laws of Asgard. He attempted to steal power that was not his, and in doing so, he unleashed a threat to the entire 9 realms. The punishment for such an act is severe. Harry's heart clenched. Please, Father. Don't be too harsh on him. He didn't mean to release the Void Beast. He was just jealous. He wanted to be powerful too. Odin studied Harry for a long moment. You defend him, even after what he did? He's my brother, Harry said simply. I know he made a mistake. A terrible mistake. But he's still family. We don't abandon family. The All-Father's expression softened. You have a good heart, Harry. A forgiving heart. It is one of your greatest strengths. He paused, considering. Very well. I will not punish Loki as severely as I could. But there must be consequences for his actions. He must understand that what he did was wrong. Harry nodded. I understand, Father. Thank you. Odin rose from his throne and walked to the window, looking out over the golden city of Asgard. I have been thinking about your training, Harry. You have mastered the runes of Asgard, but there is so much more to learn. The 9 realms are vast, and each has its own magical traditions. If you are to truly become the god of runes, you must understand them all. Harry's eyes widened. You want me to travel to the other realms? Odin turned to face him, a glint of something like excitement in his eye. I want you to train across the 9 realms. You will study dwarven rune forging in Nidavellir, learn elven enchantments in Alfheim, master giant ancient symbols in Jotunheim, and discover dragon inscriptions in the hidden places of Midgard. Every realm will contribute a piece of the ultimate rune language. Harry felt his heart race with anticipation. When do I start? Odin smiled. Tomorrow. I have already made the arrangements. Frigg will accompany you on your journeys, and Thor will join you when he can. But this is your quest, Harry. Your destiny. You must walk this path alone. Harry nodded, a sense of purpose settling over him. I won't let you down, Father. The next morning, Harry stood on the Bifrost platform, his small bag slung over his shoulder. Frigg stood beside him, her robes shimmering with starlight, her expression one of maternal pride. Are you ready, my son? She asked. Harry took a deep breath. As ready as I'll ever be. The Bifrost flared to life, and they were swept away, hurtling through the void toward their first destination. Nidavellir, the realm of the dwarves, was a world of fire and metal. The sky was a perpetual twilight, lit by the glow of forges that burned with the heat of dying stars. The dwarves lived in underground cities, their homes carved from the living rock, their halls filled with the clang of hammer on anvil. Harry was greeted by the dwarf king, a stout figure with a beard that reached his knees and eyes that sparkled with ancient wisdom. Harry of Asgard, the king said, his voice like grinding stones. We have heard of your deeds. The destruction of the Void Beast has become legend throughout the 9 realms. Harry bowed respectfully. Thank you, your majesty. I am honored to be here. The dwarf king grunted. Odin says you wish to learn our forging techniques. Is that true? It is, Harry confirmed. I want to understand how runes can be imbued into metal, how they can be used to create artifacts of power. The king studied him for a long moment. Very well. We will teach you. But be warned, Harry of Asgard, dwarven forging is not for the faint of heart. It requires strength, patience, and a willingness to endure pain. Harry met the king's gaze steadily. I am ready. The dwarves' training was brutal. Harry spent his days in the forges, learning to work the metal that the dwarves had perfected over millennia. He learned to heat the ingots to precisely the right temperature, to strike with exactly the right force, to shape the metal with the kind of precision that came only from years of practice. But the most difficult part was the rune forging. The dwarves had developed a unique method of imbuing runes into metal, a technique that required the forger to channel their magic through the hammer itself. Each strike would engrave a rune into the metal, embedding the symbol's power into the very fabric of the object. Harry struggled at first. His strikes were too heavy, too light, too imprecise. The runes would form incorrectly, their power dissipating rather than taking hold. But he persevered. He practiced for hours, days, weeks. His hands became calloused, his arms ached, his mind grew weary. And slowly he began to master the technique. Good, the Dwarf King said, examining a sword that Harry had just finished forging. The rune is embedded correctly. The power is stable. You have learned well, Harry of Asgard. Harry smiled, exhausted but proud. Thank you, Your Majesty. The king handed the sword back to him. Keep it. It is yours. A symbol of what you have achieved. Harry took the sword, feeling the weight of it in his hands. The blade was beautiful, its surface covered in runes that pulsed with a soft, steady light. He had created something. Something real. Something powerful. It was a feeling unlike any other. Alfheim, the realm of the elves, was a world of light and beauty. The elves lived in cities of crystal and silver, their homes floating on clouds of shimmering magic. The air was filled with the scent of flowers, and the music of the elves seemed to hang in the air like a living thing. Harry was welcomed by the Elven Queen, a figure of ethereal beauty who seemed to glow with an inner light. Harry of Asgard, she said, her voice like the tinkling of bells. We have been expecting you. The runes have told us of your arrival. Harry bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty. I am honored to be here. The Queen smiled. You wish to learn our enchantments. The weaving of magic into the very fabric of existence. Is that correct? It is, Harry confirmed. The Queen extended her hand. Then come. Let us begin. Elven enchantment was an art of subtlety and grace. Unlike the dwarves, who forged their magic into metal with brute force, the elves wove their enchantments into the world itself. They would sing the magic into existence, their voices carrying the power of the runes into the very fabric of reality. Harry learned to sing the runes, to let his voice become the vessel for their power. It was a difficult skill, requiring perfect pitch and absolute focus. A single wrong note could cause the enchantment to collapse, wasting hours of effort. But Harry was a quick learner. He practiced for hours, his voice growing stronger and more confident with each passing day. Beautiful, the Elven Queen said, after Harry had successfully woven an enchantment of protection around a crystal flower. You have a natural talent for this, Harry of Asgard. Harry smiled, feeling the magic humming in his veins. Thank you, Your Majesty. I had good teachers. The Queen laughed, a sound like wind chimes. You are modest, Harry. A rare quality among the powerful. Do not lose it. Harry nodded, tucking the lesson away in his heart. Jotunheim, the realm of the frost giants, was a world of ice and shadow. The sky was a perpetual twilight, the ground covered in snow that seemed to absorb the light. The giants lived in cities of frozen stone, their homes carved from the very glaciers that covered the land. Harry was greeted by the Jotun King, a massive figure whose skin was as blue as the deepest ocean. He looked down at Harry with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. Harry of Asgard, the king rumbled, his voice like grinding ice. You come to us seeking knowledge. Why should we help you? Harry met the king's gaze steadily. Because I am not your enemy, Your Majesty. I seek only to learn. And perhaps, in the process, we can build bridges between our peoples. The king studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Very well. We will teach you. But know this, son of Asgard, our knowledge is earned, not given. You will have to prove yourself worthy of it. Harry bowed. I understand, Your Majesty. I am ready. The frost giant's training was a trial of endurance. Harry was forced to survive in the frozen wastes, to endure the bitter cold that could freeze a mortal in minutes. He learned to harness the power of ice and snow, to use the ancient symbols of the giants to shape the elements to his will. The ancient symbols were different from the runes of Asgard. They were older, more primal, connected to the very essence of the frozen realm. Harry struggled to understand them at first, their meanings hidden beneath layers of metaphor and myth. But the giants were patient teachers, and Harry was a determined student. He practiced for hours in the frozen wastes, his breath misting in the air, his fingers numb with cold. And slowly, he began to master the ancient symbols. "You are strong, son of Asgard," the Jotun king said, watching Harry shape a glacier with a single gesture. "Stronger than I expected. You have earned our respect." Harry smiled, exhausted but triumphant. "Thank you, your majesty. I am honored." The king extended his hand. "You may call me by my name. I am Ymir, and I consider you a friend." Harry shook the giant's massive hand, feeling the cold power that pulsed through his veins. "Thank you, Ymir. I am honored to call you friend." The final stage of Harry's training took him to the hidden places of Midgard, where the dragons had made their lairs. The dragons were ancient beings, their knowledge spanning countless millennia. They were the guardians of the most powerful runes, the ones that had been forged in the fires of creation itself. Harry was guided to their lair by a mysterious figure, a woman whose face was hidden behind a veil of shadow. She led him through the mountains, past treacherous cliffs and hidden valleys, until they reached a cave that seemed to pulse with an inner light. "Go on," she said, her voice like whispers on the wind. "The dragons are waiting for you." Harry stepped into the cave, his heart pounding. The walls were covered in runes, their light casting eerie shadows across the stone. And in the center of the cave, curled in a massive pile of gold and jewels, was a dragon. It was enormous, its scales shimmering with colors that seemed to change with every movement. Its eyes were the color of molten gold, and they fixed on Harry with an intelligence that was almost unnerving. "Harry of Asgard," the dragon rumbled, its voice shaking the very foundations of the cave. "We have been expecting you." Harry bowed respectfully. "I am honored to be here, Great One." The dragon laughed, a sound like thunder rolling across the sky. "Great One? I have not been called that in millennia. You have a way with words, little god." Harry felt himself blushing. "I try to be respectful." The dragon nodded slowly. "Respect is good. Respect is wise. But respect will not help you learn the dragon inscriptions. That requires something else. Something more primal." Harry frowned. "What do you mean?" The dragon rose to its feet, its massive body unfolding like a mountain awakening. "I mean that you must prove yourself worthy. Not with words, not with respect, but with action. You must face your greatest fear, Harry of Asgard. Only then will you be ready to learn." Harry's heart clenched. "My greatest fear?" The dragon smiled, a terrifying sight that showed its massive teeth. "Yes. The fear that lurks in the depths of your soul. The fear that has haunted you since childhood. You must face it, and you must conquer it." Harry thought about the cupboard. About the darkness and the cold. About the loneliness that had consumed him as a child. "That's not a fear," he said quietly. "That's a memory." The dragon shook its head. "Memories and fears are the same, little god. They both live in the past, and they both have the power to shape the future. You must face your past if you are to create your future." Harry took a deep breath. "How do I do that?" The dragon extended a massive claw, and in its center, a rune began to glow. "Touch the rune, Harry of Asgard. Touch it and see what you must see." Harry hesitated for only a moment. Then, he reached out and touched the glowing symbol. The world dissolved around him. Harry found himself in a familiar place, the Dursley's house, number 4 Privet Drive. He was small again, his body that of a 4-year-old child. He was standing in the hallway, staring at the cupboard under the stairs. "No," he whispered. "Not this. Anything but this." The door to the cupboard creaked open, and Harry felt himself being pulled inside. The darkness swallowed him, and he was alone, trapped in the space that had been his prison for so long. "Please," he said, his voice trembling. "Please let me out." But no one came. The door remained locked. The darkness remained absolute. Harry felt the panic rising in his chest, the same panic that had consumed him as a child. He was alone. Unwanted. Forgotten. "Let me out!" he screamed, pounding on the door. "Let me out!" The door swung open, and Harry stumbled out, gasping. He was in the hallway again, but the house was different now. The walls were covered in runes, and the air was thick with the scent of magic. And standing in front of him was Frigg. "Mother!" Harry breathed. Frigg smiled, her eyes warm with love. "You faced your fear, Harry. You confronted the darkness that has haunted you for so long. And you emerged stronger for it." Harry looked down at himself. He was grown again, his body strong and powerful. The runes on his skin pulsed with golden light. "I did it," he said, wonder in his voice. "I actually did it." Frigg embraced him. "You are so brave, my son. Braver than you know." Harry hugged her back, feeling the warmth of her love. "Thank you, Mother. Thank you for everything." The world dissolved again, and Harry found himself back in the dragon's cave. The dragon was watching him, its golden eyes filled with approval. "You have passed the test, Harry of Asgard. You have faced your fear and conquered it. You are worthy of the dragon inscriptions." Harry felt a surge of pride. "Thank you, Great One." The dragon extended its claw again, and this time, the rune that appeared was different. It was more complex, more intricate, pulsing with power that seemed to come from the very heart of creation. "Learn this rune," the dragon said. "It is the rune of courage. It will give you the strength to face any fear, to overcome any obstacle. Use it wisely." Harry reached out and touched the rune, feeling its power flow into him. It filled him with warmth, with confidence, with the unshakable belief that he could face anything the world threw at him. "I will," he promised. "I will use it wisely." Harry's training across the 9 realms had taken years, but he had emerged from it transformed. He had learned the dwarven art of rune forging, the elven skill of enchanting, the giant tradition of ancient symbols, and the dragon mastery of inscriptions. He had combined these traditions into a single, cohesive system of magic that was unlike anything the 9 realms had ever seen. He was the god of runes, the master of the language of creation. And he was ready to face whatever the future held. Harry returned to Asgard, his body filled with power, his mind filled with knowledge. Odin and Frigg were waiting for him on the Bifrost platform, their faces alight with joy. "Welcome home, my son," Odin said, embracing him. Harry hugged his father back. "Thank you, Father. Thank you for everything." Frigg pulled him into a tight embrace, her eyes shining with tears. "You have grown so much, Harry. So much. I am so proud of you." Harry smiled, feeling a warmth spread through his chest. "I couldn't have done it without you, Mother. Both of you. You gave me a home, a family, a purpose." Odin placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "And you have exceeded all our expectations, Harry. You are more than we ever dreamed you could be." Harry looked around at the golden city of Asgard, at the people who had become his family, at the home that had become his own. "I am ready," he said. "Ready for whatever comes next." Odin smiled. "I know, my son. I know." That night, Harry stood in the primordial rune chamber, the runes pulsing around him like a living heartbeat. He had returned to Hogwarts, to the place where his journey had truly begun. He looked at the runes on the walls, at the language of creation that had become his own. He could read them now, every single one, his understanding so profound that the symbols seemed to speak directly to his soul. "I am the god of runes," he whispered. "I am the master of the language of creation. I am the one who will shape the future." The runes pulsed in response, acknowledging his words. Harry smiled, feeling the power surge through him. He was ready. Ready for whatever the future held. Ready to face his enemies, to protect his loved ones, to fulfill his destiny. He was Harry of Asgard, the god of runes. And he would not fail. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Loki's Dangerous Curiosity. The golden halls of Asgard shimmered with their eternal light, but in the shadows of the library, a darkness was growing. Loki sat hunched over a massive tome bound in what appeared to be the hide of some ancient beast, his fingers tracing the faded symbols with desperate intensity. The book was forbidden, one of the few texts that the All-Father had ordered sealed away from even the most learned of Asgard's scholars. But Loki had never been one to obey orders. It had been 3 years since Harry's ascension to the status of God of Runes. 3 years since the primordial rune heart had awakened within him, transforming him into something beyond mortal comprehension. 3 years since Loki had watched his younger brother surpass him in every conceivable way. The jealousy festered like a wound that would not heal. Loki turned a page, his eyes scanning the ancient script. The text spoke of the primordial rune heart, of the power that had been granted to Harry, of the ceremony that Frigg had performed to awaken it. Loki read the words again and again, searching for any detail that might help him replicate the process. He found nothing. The ceremony was unique, tied to Harry's bloodline and his connection to the prophecy. No one else could undergo the blessing of the All-Mother. No one else could become a god of runes. Loki slammed the book shut, his face twisted with rage. "Why?" he hissed, his voice echoing in the empty library. "Why does he get everything? Why is he so special?" The books on the shelves seemed to shrink back from his anger, their spines dimming as if trying to make themselves invisible. Loki rose from his seat and began to pace, his mind racing. If he couldn't become a god of runes through the ceremony, perhaps there was another way. Perhaps he could steal the power directly. Perhaps he could harness the primordial rune heart's energy for himself. It was dangerous. Foolish. Reckless. But Loki didn't care. He had spent centuries being overlooked, being underestimated, being treated as second best. He was done with it. He was done with being the shadow to Thor's son, the footnote to Harry's legend. He would find a way. He would take what was rightfully his. And no one would stop him. The first attempt was a disaster. Loki had managed to acquire a fragment of the rune-covered stone from the primordial rune chamber, a small piece that had chipped off during Harry's training. He had smuggled it back to his private quarters, intending to study its properties and find a way to replicate its power. But the stone was not inert. It was alive with ancient magic, and it did not respond well to being removed from its home. Loki had barely touched the fragment before it exploded with golden light, sending him flying across the room. He crashed into the wall, the breath knocked out of him, his body aching with the force of the impact. "What in the nine?" he started, but the words died in his throat. The fragment was glowing, pulsing with a light that seemed to have a life of its own. And in its center, a shape was forming, a creature of pure shadow, its form shifting and changing as it moved. Loki's blood ran cold. He recognized the creature from the forbidden texts. It was a void beast, a creature of pure chaos that had been imprisoned before time itself. And he had just released it. "No!" he whispered. "No, no, no!" The void beast turned toward him, its burning eyes fixed on his face. It roared, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once, and charged. Loki scrambled to his feet, his mind racing. He had to stop this creature. He had to contain it before it could escape and wreak havoc on Asgard. He raised his hands, summoning his magic, and unleashed a barrage of spells at the beast. Lightning, fire, ice, he threw everything he had at the creature, hoping to weaken it. But the void beast was not affected by ordinary magic. It absorbed the spells as if they were nothing, its form growing larger and more substantial with each attack. Loki felt despair washing over him. He had made a terrible mistake. He had unleashed something that could destroy everything he loved. And then Harry arrived. The golden light that flooded the room was like the dawn breaking over a dark sky. Harry stood in the doorway, his eyes blazing with power, the runes on his skin pulsing with an inner light. "Loki," he said, his voice calm but firm. "Step back." Loki obeyed without thinking, retreating to the far corner of the room. He watched as Harry raised his hand, the rune for light blazing on his palm. "By the power of the All-Mother," Harry intoned, his voice echoing with ancient authority. "By the authority of the 9 realms. By the voice of creation itself. I declare that this creature shall not exist. I declare that it shall be returned to the void from which it came." The runes on Harry's skin blazed with light, and the primordial rune chamber answered his call. The walls of the room began to glow, the ancient symbols pulsing with power. The void beast screamed, its form beginning to dissolve. It fought against the power that was unmaking it, its claws reaching for Harry one last time. But it was too late. The runes had spoken. The law had been declared. The void beast vanished, its form dissolving into nothingness. Harry collapsed to his knees, his body trembling with exhaustion. He had done it again. He had unmade a creature of pure chaos. But this time, he knew who was responsible. Loki stood frozen in the corner, his face pale with fear. He had seen Harry do incredible things before, but this was different. This was power beyond anything he had ever imagined. "Harry," he said, his voice shaking. I didn't mean to." Harry rose to his feet, his expression unreadable. "You didn't mean to release a void beast? You didn't mean to nearly destroy Asgard?" Loki swallowed hard. "I was just trying to understand. I was trying to replicate your power. I didn't know the stone would." "You didn't know," Harry repeated, his voice cold. "You didn't think. You acted recklessly, and you endangered everyone." Loki felt anger rising in him, pushing back against the fear. "You don't understand, Harry. You have everything. Power, prestige, love. You are the golden child, and I am nothing. I am the second son, the shadow, the spare. I have spent centuries trying to prove myself, and yet you surpass me in mere years." Harry's expression softened slightly. "Loki, I never wanted to surpass you. I never wanted to compete with you. You are my brother. I love you." Loki laughed, a bitter sound. "Love? You don't know what love is, Harry. You've been loved since the moment you arrived in Asgard. I was never loved. I was tolerated. I was pitied. But never loved." "That's not true," Harry said firmly. "Mother loves you. Father loves you. Thor loves you. I love you." Loki shook his head. "You don't understand. You can't understand. You're the god of runes, the child of prophecy, the one who will shape the future. I'm just Loki." Harry crossed the room and placed his hands on Loki's shoulders. "You're not just Loki. You're my brother. And I will never give up on you." Loki stared at him, something flickering in his eyes. For a moment, it seemed as if he might break down, might confess everything, might accept the love that was being offered. Then the mask came down again. The cold, calculating mask that Loki had worn for so many years. "You're naive, little brother," he said softly. "Naive and foolish. One day, you'll realize that not everyone can be saved. Not everyone wants to be saved." He pulled away from Harry's grip and walked toward the door. "Where are you going?" Harry asked. Loki paused at the threshold. "To think. To reflect. To consider my options." He left, and Harry was alone. The days that followed were tense. Harry did not reveal what had happened to Odin or Frigg. He wanted to protect Loki, to give him a chance to redeem himself. But he also knew that he couldn't let Loki's recklessness go unchecked. He began to watch Loki more closely, noting his comings and goings, his interactions with others, his behavior in public. He saw the way Loki smiled at the court, the way he charmed and flattered, the way he kept everyone at arm's length. And he saw the darkness beneath the smile. The hunger for power. The desperate need to prove himself. Harry knew he had to do something. He had to help Loki find a healthier outlet for his ambition, a way to channel his talents into something positive. But how? The answer came from an unexpected source. One evening, Harry found Frigg in the gardens, her hands moving over a bed of flowers that bloomed with impossible colors. She was singing softly, her voice carrying the magic that nurtured the plants. "Mother," Harry said, approaching her. "I need to talk to you." Frigg looked up, her smile warm. "Of course, my son. What's on your mind?" Harry sat down beside her on the stone bench. "It's Loki. I'm worried about him. He's been acting strangely, and I think he's planning something." Frigg's expression grew serious. "I have noticed it too. He's been spending more time in the library, researching forbidden texts. I've tried to talk to him, but he won't listen. Harry nodded. I caught him trying to replicate my power. He released the void beast. I managed to contain it, but it was close. Too close. Frigg's face paled. A void beast? Harry, that's... I know, Harry said. But I stopped it. I don't know what to do about Loki. He's my brother, and I love him, but he's becoming dangerous. Frigg was silent for a long moment. Then she said, Loki has always felt like an outsider. He was adopted, like you, but he never truly felt accepted. The people of Asgard always saw him as a frost giant, no matter how hard he tried to prove himself. Harry nodded. I know. He told me. Frigg took Harry's hand in hers. You have something that Loki doesn't, Harry. You have a purpose. A destiny. You know who you are and what you're meant to become. Loki has never had that. He's been searching for his purpose his entire life, and he's never found it. Harry frowned. So what do I do? How do I help him? Frigg smiled gently. You show him that he has a purpose. You show him that he is loved. You show him that he matters. Not through words, but through actions. Through kindness and patience and understanding. Harry considered her words. I can try. But I don't know if it will be enough. Frigg squeezed his hand. It will be enough, Harry. You have a gift for reaching people. You reached me. You reached Odin. You reached Thor. You will reach Loki too. I have faith in you. Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest. Thank you, Mother. I'll do my best. The next morning, Harry sought out Loki. He found him in his private chambers, hunched over a desk covered in scrolls and books. Loki looked up as Harry entered, his expression wary. What do you want, little brother? He asked, his voice flat. Harry walked to the desk and sat down opposite him. I want to talk to you. Really talk. Without pretense or games. Loki raised an eyebrow. And what makes you think I'm interested in that? Because I'm your brother, Harry said simply. And I want to understand you. Loki stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he set down his quill. Very well. Talk. Harry took a deep breath. I know you're jealous of my power. I know you feel like you're always in my shadow. I understand that, Loki. I really do. Loki snorted. Understand? How could you possibly understand? You have everything I've ever wanted. Power, prestige, love. You are the golden child, and I am nothing. You're not nothing, Harry said firmly. You're one of the most intelligent people I've ever known. You're a master of illusion, a skilled sorcerer, a brilliant strategist. Those are not nothing. Those are incredible gifts. Loki's expression flickered, something vulnerable passing through his eyes. Gifts that no one values. Gifts that are overlooked because they're not as flashy as yours. Harry nodded. I know. And I'm sorry. I never meant to overshadow you. I never wanted to compete with you. You're my brother, Loki. I love you. Loki looked away. You keep saying that. Love. What does it even mean? It means I care about you, Harry said. It means I want you to be happy. It means I'll do anything to help you, even if you don't want my help. Loki was silent for a long moment. Then he said, You really mean that, don't you? You really believe what you're saying? Harry nodded. I do. I believe it with all my heart. Loki sighed, a long, weary sound. You're a fool, Harry. A naive, idealistic fool. But perhaps that's not such a bad thing. Perhaps the world needs more fools like you. Harry smiled. Is that a compliment? Loki laughed, a genuine sound that seemed to surprise even him. Take it however you like, little brother. Take it however you like. The breakthrough came slowly, over the course of weeks and months. Harry made a point of spending time with Loki, of including him in his activities, of showing him that he was valued. He invited Loki to join him in the primordial rune chamber, to study the runes and learn their secrets. He asked for Loki's advice on magical matters, treating him as an equal rather than a subordinate. And slowly, Loki began to open up. He started to share his thoughts and feelings, to express his fears and hopes, to reveal the person beneath the mask. He spoke of his childhood in Asgard, of the loneliness and isolation he had felt, of the desperate need to prove himself. Harry listened without judgment, offering comfort and understanding. He didn't try to fix Loki's problems or offer easy solutions. He simply listened, and that was enough. One evening, Loki admitted something that surprised Harry. "I envy you, you know," he said, his voice soft. "Not just your power, but your family. The way Mother and Father look at you. The way Thor treats you. You have what I've always wanted. A place where you belong." Harry reached out and took Loki's hand. "You have that too, Loki. You've always had it. You just never let yourself see it." Loki looked down at their clasped hands. "Maybe you're right. Maybe I've been too blind to see what was right in front of me." Harry squeezed his hand. "It's not too late, Loki. It's never too late to change. To grow. To become who you were meant to be." Loki looked up, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Do you really believe that?" "I do," Harry said firmly. "I believe in you, Loki. I always have." Loki was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled, a genuine smile, the kind that reached his eyes. "Thank you, Harry," he said. "Thank you for not giving up on me." Harry smiled back. "Never, Loki. Never." But the road to redemption was not smooth. Loki's past actions had consequences, and he had to face them. He had to confront the people he had hurt, the trust he had broken, the damage he had done. It was not easy. There were apologies to make, reparations to offer, forgiveness to earn. Some people were not willing to give him a second chance. Others were wary, waiting for him to fail. But Loki persevered. He worked hard to rebuild his reputation, to prove that he had changed, to show that he was worthy of redemption. And Harry was there for him every step of the way. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Harry asked, as Loki prepared to address the Asgardian court. Loki nodded, his expression determined. "I have to, Harry. I have to face them. I have to show them that I've changed." Harry placed a hand on his shoulder. "I'll be right there with you. Whatever happens, I'll be there." Loki smiled, a grateful expression that softened his features. "Thank you, little brother. For everything." The address was difficult. Loki stood before the court, his voice shaking as he admitted his mistakes, apologized for his actions, and promised to do better. Some of the courtiers were skeptical, whispering among themselves. Others were more receptive, nodding in approval. And when he finished, the applause that followed was genuine. Not thunderous, but sincere. A sign that he had made progress, that he was beginning to earn back the trust he had lost. Loki descended from the podium, his face pale but relieved. Harry was waiting for him, a smile on his face. "You did it," Harry said. "You were amazing." Loki shook his head. "I just said what I should have said years ago." "It's not much. It's everything," Harry said firmly. "It's the beginning of a new chapter. A better chapter." Loki looked at him, something like wonder in his eyes. "You really believe that, don't you? You really believe I can change?" "I know you can," Harry said. "I've seen it. You've already changed, Loki. You just need to give yourself credit for it." Loki laughed, a sound of pure joy. "Thank you, little brother. Thank you for believing in me." Harry embraced him, holding him tight. "Always, Loki. Always." The journey of redemption was long and challenging, but Loki faced it with courage and determination. He threw himself into his work, using his talents to help Asgard and the other realms. He advised Odin on diplomatic matters, using his silver tongue to negotiate peace treaties and trade agreements. He helped Harry with his rune studies, offering insights and suggestions that even the god of runes hadn't considered. He even began to teach, sharing his knowledge of illusion and magic with young Asgardians who were eager to learn. And slowly, the people of Asgard began to see him differently. They saw the intelligence behind the mask, the kindness beneath the cold exterior, the heart that had been hidden for so long. Loki was not the same person who had released the void beast. He had grown, changed, evolved. He had become someone worthy of respect, of admiration, of love. And through it all, Harry was there. Supporting him, encouraging him, reminding him that he was not alone. One evening, the two brothers sat together on the balcony of Harry's chambers, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of gold and crimson. "You know," Loki said, "I used to think that you were the luckiest person in the 9 realms. You had everything I wanted. But now I realize that I was wrong." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Oh? How so?" Loki smiled, a genuine expression that reached his eyes. "You didn't have everything. You had something far more valuable. You had the ability to see the best in people. You had the compassion to forgive. You had the courage to reach out and help others, even when they didn't deserve it. Those are gifts, Harry. Gifts that money and power can't buy." Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest. "Thank you, Loki. That means a lot to me." Loki reached out and placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. "No, thank you, little brother. Thank you for saving me. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for never giving up on me." Harry smiled. That's what family is for. But not everyone was happy with Loki's redemption. There were those in Asgard who remembered the void beast, who remembered the terror of that night, who remembered the destruction that Loki had almost caused. They whispered behind his back, spread rumors about him, looked at him with suspicion and distrust. Loki tried to ignore them, but the whispers took their toll. He became withdrawn, anxious, uncertain. He began to doubt whether he had truly changed, whether he would ever be accepted, whether he was worthy of redemption. Harry noticed the change immediately. He confronted Loki one evening, demanding to know what was wrong. "It's nothing," Loki said, trying to brush him off. "I'm fine." Harry shook his head. "You're not fine. I can see it. Tell me what's going on." Loki sighed, finally admitting the truth. "They still hate me, Harry. The people of Asgard. They don't trust me. They think I'm a monster, a traitor. They'll never accept me." Harry took Loki's hands in his. "They're wrong. They don't know the real you. They only see what you were, not what you've become." Loki shook his head. "It doesn't matter what I've become. They'll never see it. They'll always remember the void beast. They'll always remember what I almost did." Harry pulled him into a tight embrace. "Listen to me, Loki. You are not defined by your past mistakes. You are defined by what you do now, by the choices you make, by the person you're becoming. And that person is someone I'm proud to call my brother." Loki clung to him, his body shaking with silent sobs. "Thank you, Harry. Thank you." Harry held him tight. "Always, Loki. Always." Months passed, and Loki continued to grow and change. He became a trusted advisor, a valued teacher, a beloved member of the Asgardian royal family. The whispers faded, replaced by words of admiration and respect. The suspicion softened, replaced by trust and acceptance. Loki had earned his place in Asgard. He had earned the love of his family and the respect of his people. He had become the person he had always wanted to be. And through it all, Harry was there. His brother, his friend, his champion. One evening, as they sat together in the primordial rune chamber, Harry made an unexpected offer. "Loki," he said, his voice thoughtful, "I've been thinking. You've done so much for me, for Asgard, for the 9 realms. You've proven yourself worthy of great power. And I think you should have some of that power." Loki frowned. "What do you mean?" Harry extended his hand, and a rune appeared on his palm, a complex symbol that pulsed with golden light. "This is the rune of illusion. It's one of the most powerful runes in my arsenal. And I think it should belong to you." Loki stared at the rune, his eyes wide. "Harry, I can't. That's your power. You earned it. You deserve it. Harry shook his head. You deserve it too, Loki. You've earned it. You've proven yourself worthy. Take it. Please. Loki hesitated for a long moment. Then, slowly, he reached out and touched the rune. The power surged through him, filling him with warmth, with strength, with the ability to shape reality itself. It was unlike anything he had ever experienced, a connection to the very fabric of existence. Thank you, he whispered, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, Harry. For everything. Harry smiled, pulling him into a tight embrace. You're welcome, Loki. You're welcome. The year that followed was one of peace and prosperity. Harry and Loki worked together, combining their powers to achieve great things. They created new artifacts, developed new spells, explored new realms. They became the most powerful duo in the 9 realms, their bond unbreakable, their love for each other unconditional. But Harry knew that peace would not last forever. The darkness was gathering on the horizon, the forces of chaos and destruction preparing to strike. Voldemort was growing stronger, his influence spreading across the mortal world. And beyond him, even greater threats loomed. Harry was the god of runes, the child of prophecy. The one who would shape the future. And he knew that his greatest challenges were yet to come. But he was not afraid. He had his family, his friends, his power. And he had Loki, his brother, his ally, his friend. Together, they could face anything. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7, The Crown of the Rune God. The golden halls of Asgard blazed with light unlike any the realm had seen in millennia. Every torch, every chandelier, every crystalline fixture that dotted the ceilings and walls had been enchanted to burn with the intensity of captured starlight. The throne room, vast enough to contain an army, had been transformed into a cathedral of celebration. Garlands of silver and gold draped every surface, their threads woven with runes that hummed with ancient power. The air itself seemed to shimmer with anticipation, thick with the magic of countless gods and goddesses who had gathered from every corner of the 9 realms. Harry stood in his chambers, staring at his reflection in the polished obsidian mirror. The face that looked back at him was familiar and yet foreign. The same unruly black hair, the same vivid green eyes, the same lightning bolt scar that had marked him since infancy. But there was something different about him now. Something that had been there since the moment Frigg had performed the blessing of the All-Mother. The runes on his skin pulsed with a steady, rhythmic light, synchronized with the beating of his heart. They covered his arms, his chest, his back, an intricate tapestry of symbols that represented the fundamental laws of existence. Each one was a declaration of power, a statement of authority over the very fabric of reality. Harry raised his hand, and the runes flared brighter. He could feel them responding to his emotions, his thoughts, his will. They were a part of him now, as essential as his blood or his breath. A soft knock at his door roused him from his reverie. "Come in," he called out. The door swung open, and Frigg entered, her robes flowing behind her like a river of gold. She was dressed in her formal attire, a gown of deep blue and silver that shimmered with captured starlight. Her hair was woven with threads of gold, and her eyes sparkled with maternal pride. "Are you ready, my son?" she asked, her voice warm with love. Harry took a deep breath, steadying his nerves. "As ready as I'll ever be, Mother." Frigg crossed the room and took his hands in hers. "Today is a great day, Harry. A day that will be remembered for all eternity. You are about to be crowned the God of Runes, the first of your kind since the dawn of creation. Do you understand what that means?" Harry nodded slowly. "It means I have a responsibility to use my power wisely. To protect the 9 realms from those who would do them harm. To ensure that the language of creation is used for good, not evil." Frigg smiled, her eyes glistening with tears. "You have grown so much, Harry. When we first found you in that cupboard, you were a scared, broken child. And now you are a god. A leader. A protector. I am so proud of you." Harry felt his own eyes sting with emotion. "I couldn't have done it without you, Mother. Without Father. Without Thor and Loki. You gave me a home. You gave me a family. You gave me a purpose. Frigg pulled him into a tight embrace. You gave yourself those things, Harry. We just helped you see what was already there. They held each other for a long moment, the silence filled with the weight of everything they had shared, everything they had overcome, everything they had become. Finally, Frigg pulled back, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief that appeared from nowhere. Now, let's not keep the 9 realms waiting. They're eager to see their new god of runes. Harry smiled, a warmth spreading through his chest. Let's go, Mother. The journey to the throne room was a procession of legendary proportions. Harry walked through the golden corridors of the palace, flanked by Frigg on one side and Thor on the other. Behind them came the warriors 3, resplendent in their formal armor, their faces alight with pride. Behind them came the Valkyries, their golden wings folded against their backs, their eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom. And at the very rear of the procession, walking with measured steps and an unreadable expression, came Loki. Harry could feel his brother's gaze on his back, and he knew that today was a difficult day for Loki. The jealousy that had once consumed him had faded, but the scars remained. Harry had given Loki the rune of illusion, had shared his power and his trust, but he knew that Loki still struggled with feelings of inadequacy. He would not let that overshadow today. Today was about celebration, about achievement, about the future. The doors to the throne room swung open, and Harry stepped inside. The sight that greeted him took his breath away. The throne room was packed to capacity with beings from every corner of the 9 realms. There were dwarves from Nidavellir, their beards braided with gold and silver. There were elves from Alfheim, their ethereal beauty enhanced by enchanted gowns that shimmered with their own light. There were frost giants from Jotunheim, their blue skin gleaming in the torchlight, their expressions surprisingly respectful. There were even dragons, their massive forms coiled in the corners of the room, their golden eyes fixed on Harry with an intelligence that was almost unnerving. And there were the gods and goddesses of Asgard, standing in perfect rows, their armor gleaming, their faces alight with anticipation. At the far end of the room, seated upon the throne of the Allfather, was Odin. The old god rose as Harry approached, his single eye gleaming with pride. Gungnir was in his hand, the spear that had never missed its mark, and his face was split by a smile that softened his ancient features. People of the 9 realms, Odin said, his voice echoing through the hall. We have gathered here today to witness a historic event. A ceremony that has not been performed since the dawn of creation itself. Today, we crown the first god of runes in eons. A murmur rippled through the crowd, voices speaking in languages both familiar and alien. Harry could feel the weight of their attention pressing down on him, could feel the magic of the room pulsing with anticipation. Odin descended from the throne and walked toward Harry, his footsteps echoing through the silent hall. He stopped in front of Harry, his single eye meeting the young god's gaze. Harry of Asgard, Odin said, his voice carrying the weight of millennia. You have been tested. You have been trained. You have proven yourself worthy of the power that flows through your veins. Today, I name you the God of Runes. Today, I give you authority over every magical inscription in existence. He raised Gungnir, and the runes on its shaft began to glow with golden light. Kneel, Harry. Harry knelt, his heart pounding in his chest. The runes on his skin were blazing now, so bright that they seemed to cast shadows across the room. Odin touched the tip of Gungnir to Harry's forehead, and the power surged through him, ancient, primal, overwhelming. It was the power of creation itself, the language that had shaped the universe from nothing. By the power of the Allfather, Odin intoned. By the authority of the 9 realms. By the voice of creation itself. I declare that Harry of Asgard is the god of runes. I declare that he has authority over every inscription, every symbol, every law of existence. I declare that his word is law, his will is fate, his power is absolute. The runes on Harry's skin exploded with light, and he felt the power surge through him, not just the power he already possessed, but something more. Something deeper. Something that connected him to the very heart of creation. He was no longer just a boy who had been blessed with power. He was no longer just a prince of Asgard. He was something more. Something older. Something eternal. He was the god of runes. "Rise, Harry," Odin said, his voice filled with pride. "Rise and claim your crown." Harry rose, his body trembling with the power that surged through him. He looked out at the assembled crowd, at the gods and goddesses, the dwarves and elves, the giants and dragons. They were all looking at him. All waiting for him. And then, something unexpected happened. The runes on the walls of the throne room began to glow. The ancient symbols that had been carved into the stone thousands of years ago pulsed with light, responding to Harry's presence. They began to move, to shift, to flow like liquid gold across the walls. And then they rose. The runes lifted from the walls, taking shape and form, coalescing into beings of pure light and energy. They were ancient, older than Asgard, older than the 9 realms themselves. They were the rune spirits, the embodiments of the language of creation. And they were kneeling before their new master. Harry stared at them, his heart pounding. He had known that the runes were alive in some sense, that they pulsed with a kind of consciousness. But he had never expected this. He had never expected them to appear before him, to acknowledge him, to bow to his authority. "We bow to you," the rune spirits said, their voices a chorus that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "You are our master. You are the god of runes. You hold authority over the language of creation. We are yours to command." Harry opened his mouth to speak, but no words came. He was overwhelmed, his emotions a jumble of shock and awe and wonder. It was Frigg who broke the silence, her voice warm with pride. "This is the moment, Harry. This is what you were meant for. They accept you. They honor you. They are yours to command." Harry looked at the rune spirits, at their glowing forms, at the power that pulsed within them. "Rise," he said, his voice stronger than he expected. "Rise and know that I am honored. I am humbled. I will use my power wisely. I will protect the language of creation. I will not let you down." The rune spirits rose, their forms shimmering with golden light. They looked at Harry with something like approval, something like devotion. "We know you will," they said. "We have seen your heart. We have seen your courage. We have seen your love. You are worthy to be our master." And with that, they dissolved back into the walls, the golden light fading until only the ancient symbols remained. Harry stood in the center of the throne room, his heart pounding, his body trembling. He was the god of runes. He was the master of the language of creation. He was the first of his kind since the dawn of existence. And he was ready. The celebration that followed was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. The great hall of Asgard was transformed into a festival of light and sound. Tables groaned under the weight of food from every realm, roasted meats from Midgard, delicacies from Alfheim, exotic fruits from Vanaheim, and the famous golden mead of Asgard that flowed like water. Harry was seated at the head of the table, flanked by Odin and Frigg, with Thor and Loki on either side. The warriors 3 were nearby, their laughter booming across the hall. The Valkyries circled overhead, their golden wings catching the torchlight. "The god of runes," Volstagg proclaimed, raising his goblet. "To Harry! The youngest god in the 9 realms and the most powerful!" The hall erupted in cheers, and Harry felt himself blush. He wasn't used to this level of attention, this level of adulation. It was overwhelming, almost suffocating. Thor leaned over, clapping him on the shoulder with enough force to stagger a lesser being. "Brother, this is your day. Enjoy it. Let the realm celebrate you." Harry smiled, trying to muster the enthusiasm that came so naturally to Thor. "I'm trying, brother. It's just a lot." Thor laughed, a booming sound that filled the hall. "It is a lot. But you deserve it, Harry. You have earned every moment of this celebration." Harry looked across the table at Loki, who was nursing a goblet of wine with an expression of careful neutrality. Harry could see the tension in his brother's shoulders, the way his fingers tightened around the goblet's stem. "Loki," Harry said, his voice carrying through the noise. Thank you for being here. Loki looked up, his expression shifting to a mask of casual indifference. Where else would I be, little brother? This is your moment. I wouldn't miss it for anything. Harry heard the lie in his voice, saw the pain behind his eyes. He rose from his seat and walked around the table to stand beside Loki. Walk with me, he said softly. Please. Loki hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He rose from his seat, setting down his goblet, and followed Harry out of the great hall. The two brothers walked through the golden corridors of the palace, their footsteps echoing in the silence. Harry led Loki to a small balcony that overlooked the city of Asgard, the golden towers gleaming in the light of the eternal sun. Are you all right? Harry asked, turning to face his brother. Loki laughed, a hollow sound. All right? Of course I'm all right. Why wouldn't I be all right? My brother has just been crowned the most powerful being in the 9 realms. Why wouldn't I be thrilled? Harry shook his head. Don't do that, Loki. Don't hide behind sarcasm and false smiles. I know you. I know this is hard for you. Loki's expression flickered, the mask slipping for just a moment. Hard? You think this is hard? You have no idea, Harry. You have no idea what it's like to stand in your shadow, to watch you achieve everything I've ever wanted, to know that I'll never be good enough. Harry felt a pang of guilt. Loki, I never wanted to make you feel that way. You're my brother. I love you. Loki shook his head. Love. You keep saying that, and I keep trying to believe it. But it's hard, Harry. It's so hard. Every time I look at you, I see everything I'll never be. I see the son that father truly wanted. The child of prophecy. The god of runes. Harry stepped closer, placing his hands on Loki's shoulders. Loki, listen to me. You are not defined by what I am. You are defined by what you are. And what you are is extraordinary. You are one of the most intelligent beings in the 9 realms. You are a master of illusion, a brilliant strategist, a powerful sorcerer. You have so much to offer, so much to give. Please, Loki. Please see yourself the way I see you. Loki stared at him, something vulnerable flickering in his eyes. You really see me that way? You really believe I'm extraordinary? Harry nodded firmly. I do. With all my heart. Loki was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, a genuine smile spread across his face, a smile that reached his eyes and softened his features. Thank you, little brother, he said softly. Thank you for not giving up on me. Harry pulled him into an embrace. Never, Loki. Never. The celebration continued late into the night, and Harry found himself surrounded by well-wishers from every corner of the 9 realms. The dwarf king approached him, his beard braided with gold. Harry of Asgard, god of runes. You have honored my people with your visit to Nidavellir. We will always remember your kindness and your strength. Harry bowed respectfully. The honor was mine, your majesty. Your people taught me so much about the art of rune forging. I will carry those lessons with me forever. The dwarf king grunted approvingly. You are a worthy student, Harry. A worthy master of the runes. If you ever need the aid of the dwarves, you need only ask. Harry smiled. Thank you, your majesty. I will remember that. The elven queen approached next, her ethereal beauty enhanced by the torchlight. Harry of Asgard, god of runes. Your mastery of elven enchantment was remarkable. You have a natural talent for weaving magic into the fabric of existence. Harry bowed. Thank you, your majesty. Your teachings were invaluable. I will never forget the beauty of Alfheim, or the wisdom of its people. The queen smiled, a radiant expression that seemed to light up the room. You are always welcome in Alfheim, Harry. Our people will always remember you as a friend. And then the Jotun king Ymir approached, his massive form towering over the assembled crowd. Harry of Asgard, god of runes. You have proven yourself worthy of our respect. You faced the frozen wastes of Jotunheim, and emerged stronger for it. You are a friend to the frost giants. Harry bowed, meeting the giant's gaze. Thank you, Ymir. Your teachings were essential to my growth. I will never forget the lessons you taught me. Ymir nodded, a gesture of profound respect. If you ever need the aid of the frost giants, you need only call. We will answer. Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest. He had friends in every realm. Allies who would stand with him against any threat. He was not alone. The final moment of the celebration came when Odin rose from his throne, his voice carrying through the hall. People of the 9 realms, he said, his voice booming with authority. Today, we have witnessed the crowning of the first god of runes in eons. Today, we have witnessed the birth of a new era. But this is only the beginning. He turned to face Harry, his single eye gleaming with ancient wisdom. Harry, my son, you have proven yourself worthy of the power that flows through your veins. You have demonstrated wisdom, courage, and compassion beyond your years. I have no doubt that you will use your power to protect the 9 realms from those who would do them harm. Harry stepped forward, meeting his father's gaze. I will, father. I swear it. Odin smiled, a warm expression that softened his ancient features. I know you will, my son. I know you will. He raised Gungnir, its tip, touching the ceiling. People of the 9 realms, let us honor our new god of runes. Let us celebrate his power, his wisdom, his courage. Let us welcome him to his new role. The hall erupted in cheers, the sound shaking the very foundations of the palace. Harry stood in the center of the celebration, his heart full, his spirit soaring. He was the god of runes. He was the master of the language of creation. And he was ready. Later that night, after the celebration had wound down and the guests had departed, Harry found himself alone in the primordial rune chamber. The runes on the walls pulsed with golden light, welcoming their master. Harry sat in the center of the room, his eyes closed, his breathing slow and measured. He could feel the runes now, not just on the walls, but everywhere. In the stones of the palace, in the air he breathed, in the very fabric of reality itself. They were connected to him, part of him, a living extension of his will. He reached out with his mind, touching the threads of creation, feeling the power that flowed through him. It was intoxicating, overwhelming, almost too much to bear. But Harry did not let the power consume him. He had been trained for this. He had been prepared for this. He knew how to control the power, how to use it wisely, how to keep it from corrupting his soul. He opened his eyes and looked at his hands. The runes on his skin were glowing, pulsing with a light that seemed to come from within. I am the god of runes, he whispered. I am the master of the language of creation. I will protect the 9 realms. I will bring peace and prosperity to all. I will not fail. The runes pulsed in response, acknowledging his words. Harry smiled, feeling a sense of peace wash over him. He was ready. Ready for whatever the future held. Ready to face his enemies, to protect his loved ones, to fulfill his destiny. He was Harry of Asgard, the god of runes. And he would not fail. The days that followed were filled with new responsibilities. Harry was now the god of runes, and that meant he had duties beyond his personal training. He was expected to attend council meetings, to advise Odin on matters of magic and the runes, to represent Asgard in diplomatic negotiations. It was a lot, but Harry rose to the challenge. He had been trained for leadership, and he found that he had a natural talent for it. He listened carefully, spoke thoughtfully, and made decisions that were fair and just. The people of Asgard began to see him not just as a powerful god, but as a wise and compassionate leader. They came to him with their problems, seeking his advice, trusting his judgment. And Harry helped them. He used his power to heal the sick, to protect the weak, to restore what had been broken. He was a god in the truest sense of the word, not just powerful, but good. But not everyone was happy with Harry's rise to power. There were those in the 9 realms who feared him, who saw his power as a threat to their own. There were those who whispered behind his back, who plotted against him, who sought to undermine his authority. Harry knew about them. He could feel their resentment, their jealousy, their hatred. But he did not let it affect him. He had been trained to withstand such things, to rise above them. He would not let the darkness consume him. He would not let the hatred corrupt him. He would remain true to himself, true to his values, true to the love that had saved him. One evening, Frigg found Harry in the primordial rune chamber, meditating in the center of the room. "You have been spending a lot of time here," she said, her voice warm with concern. "Is everything all right, my son?" Harry opened his eyes and smiled. "Everything is fine, Mother. I'm trying to understand. To prepare. There's so much I don't know, so much I need to learn." Frigg sat down beside him, her robes pooling around her like a river of gold. "You will never know everything, Harry. That is the nature of wisdom. The more you learn, the more you realize you have yet to learn. It is a humbling realization, but it is also a liberating one." Harry nodded. "I know. It's just, I feel like there's so much pressure. So many people relying on me. I don't want to let them down." Frigg placed her hand on his cheek. "You will not let them down, Harry. You are the god of runes. You are the child of prophecy. You are my son. I have no doubt that you will rise to meet every challenge that comes your way." Harry leaned into her touch, feeling the warmth of her love. "Thank you, Mother. I needed to hear that." Frigg smiled. "I will always be here for you, Harry. Always." The months that followed were a time of growth and consolidation. Harry continued to train, continued to learn, continued to grow. He explored new realms, discovered new forms of magic, formed new alliances with the peoples of the 9 realms. He also began to prepare for the challenges that lay ahead. He knew that Voldemort was still out there, growing stronger, plotting his return. He knew that the forces of chaos and destruction were gathering, waiting for the right moment to strike. He would be ready. He would protect the 9 realms. He would fulfill his destiny. And he would not fail. One night, as Harry stood on the balcony of his chambers, looking out over the golden city of Asgard, he felt a presence behind him. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Loki said, stepping out of the shadows. "The eternal light of Asgard. It never fades. It never dims. It simply is." Harry nodded. "It's amazing. I never get tired of looking at it." Loki walked to stand beside him, his gaze fixed on the city below. "You know, I used to hate this view. I used to hate everything about Asgard. I felt trapped here, suffocated by the expectations of everyone around me." Harry turned to look at him. "And now?" Loki shrugged. "Now? I don't know. I'm still figuring it out. But I think I'm starting to see things differently. I'm starting to see the beauty that I was too blind to notice before." Harry smiled. "That's progress, Loki. That's real progress." Loki returned the smile, a genuine expression that softened his features. "Thank you for that, Harry. For helping me see the beauty. For not giving up on me." Harry placed his hand on Loki's shoulder. "I will never give up on you, Loki. Never." Loki looked at him, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I love you, little brother. I don't say it enough, but I do. I love you." Harry pulled him into a tight embrace. "I love you too, Loki. Always." They stood there, the 2 brothers, holding each other against the darkness. And Harry knew, with absolute certainty, that he would never be alone. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Hogwarts receives an impossible letter. The golden light of Asgard's eternal dawn filtered through the crystalline windows of Harry's chambers, casting prismatic patterns across the ancient runes that covered his walls. He had been sitting in meditation for hours, his consciousness floating through the vast web of creation, touching the threads of fate that connected all things. The runes on his skin pulsed in a gentle rhythm, synchronized with the heartbeat of Yggdrasil itself. A soft knock at his door pulled him from his trance. "Enter," he called out, his voice carrying the resonance of power that had become second nature over the years. The door swung open to reveal Frigg, her golden robes shimmering with captured starlight. In her hands she carried a scroll of parchment that seemed to glow with its own inner light. Her expression was a mixture of amusement and concern, a combination that immediately put Harry on alert. "Mother," he said, rising to his feet. "What is it?" Frigg crossed the room and handed him the scroll. "This arrived this morning. By Owl. It seems the mortal world has finally caught up with you." Harry took the scroll, his fingers brushing against the warm parchment. The seal was familiar, a crest of 4 animals surrounding a large letter H. Hogwarts. The school his parents had attended. The school where they had met. The school where they had died. He broke the seal and unrolled the scroll, his eyes scanning the elegant script. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source. CHF. Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confede. Of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than 31 July. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry stared at the letter, his mind racing. He had known this day would come. He had known that eventually, he would have to return to the mortal world and face his heritage. But knowing and experiencing were 2 very different things. 11 years old, he murmured. I'm 11 years old. Frigg placed her hand on his cheek. You have grown so much, Harry. So much. But you are still young. You still have so much to learn, so much to experience. Hogwarts will be a part of that journey. Harry looked up at her, his green eyes filled with uncertainty. Do I have to go? I don't want to leave Asgard. I don't want to leave you. Frigg smiled gently. You will always have Asgard, Harry. You will always have us. But you also have a destiny in the mortal world. There are things you must do, battles you must fight, connections you must forge. Hogwarts is where that journey begins. Harry nodded slowly, understanding the truth of her words. I know, Mother. I'm scared. The mortal world wasn't kind to me. The Dursleys? Frigg's expression hardened. The Dursleys will never hurt you again, Harry. I promise you that. If they so much as look at you wrong, I will unleash the full fury of the All-Mother upon them. Harry couldn't help but smile at her fierce protectiveness. Thank you, Mother. But I'm not afraid of them anymore. I'm afraid of, I don't know. Of being alone. Of being different. Of not fitting in. Frigg pulled him into a tight embrace. You will never be alone, Harry. You have your family. You have your friends. You have your power. And you will find others at Hogwarts who will love you for who you are. I know it. Harry hugged her back, drawing strength from her warmth. I love you, Mother. I love you too, my son. More than you will ever know. The news of Harry's acceptance spread through Asgard like wildfire. Thor was the first to congratulate him, bursting into Harry's chambers with his characteristic enthusiasm. Brother, I heard the news. You're going to Hogwarts. The legendary school of wizardry. Harry laughed at his brother's excitement. Yes, Thor. I'm going to Hogwarts. Thor clapped him on the back with enough force to stagger a lesser being. This is wonderful. You will learn so much. You will make so many friends. You will. Brother. Harry interrupted, still laughing. I need you to calm down. It's just a school. Thor's eyes widened with mock offense. Just a school? Harry, this is Hogwarts. The most famous magical school in all of Midgard. Your parents went there. The legends speak of its greatness. Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest at Thor's enthusiasm. I know, Thor. I'm excited too. Just, maybe a little nervous. Thor's expression softened. There is nothing to be nervous about, brother. You are the god of runes. You have faced frost giants and void beasts. A school of magic is nothing compared to that. Harry smiled. You're right. Of course you're right. Thank you, Thor. Thor pulled him into a bear hug. I will visit you as often as I can, brother. And if anyone tries to harm you, I will bring the full force of Mjolnir down upon them. Harry laughed, returning the embrace. I know you will, Thor. I know you will. Loki's reaction was more subdued but equally supportive. The younger prince found Harry in the primordial rune chamber later that evening, his expression unreadable. So, Loki said, his voice carefully neutral. You're going to Hogwarts? Harry nodded. Yes. It seems I have a destiny in the mortal world. Loki was silent for a long moment. Then he said, I envy you, little brother. Not the power, not the prestige, not the adoration of the masses. But the chance to start fresh. The chance to be someone new. The chance to find where you truly belong. Harry looked at his brother, seeing the vulnerability behind the mask. You belong here, Loki? In Asgard. With us. Loki shook his head. I know, Harry. I know. But sometimes I wonder what it would be like to be someone else. Someone without the weight of expectations. Someone who could just be. Harry crossed the room and placed his hand on Loki's shoulder. Then come with me. To Hogwarts. Experience the mortal world. Find out who you want to be. Loki looked up, surprise flickering in his eyes. You would want me to come with you? Harry smiled. Of course I would. You're my brother. I want you with me every step of the way. Loki's expression softened, the mask slipping away to reveal the vulnerable being beneath. Thank you, Harry. I would like that. Very much. Harry pulled him into an embrace. Then it's settled. We're going to Hogwarts together. Loki hugged him back, his arms tight around Harry's shoulders. I love you, little brother. I don't say it enough, but I do. Harry smiled against his shoulder. I know, Loki. I know. The preparations for Harry's departure were extensive. Odin insisted that Harry be properly equipped for his journey. You are a prince of Asgard, the Allfather declared. You will not travel to the mortal world looking like a common wizard. You will represent the glory of the Golden Realm. Harry was fitted with robes of deep green and gold, enchanted to be indestructible and self-cleaning. He was given a wand of elderwood, its core a strand of dragon heartstring that had been blessed by the dragons of Midgard. He was given a bag of holding that could contain an entire library, filled with books on every subject imaginable. And he was given a raven. A beautiful black raven with eyes that sparkled with intelligence. It was Hugin's descendant, one of the ravens that served Odin as eyes and ears throughout the 9 realms. Its name was Munin, and it would serve as Harry's messenger, carrying his letters between Asgard and Hogwarts. Take care of him, Odin said, placing the raven on Harry's shoulder. He is loyal and intelligent. He will serve you well. Harry stroked the raven's feathers, feeling the warmth of its body against his neck. I will, father. Thank you. Odin placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. You have grown so much, my son. I am so proud of you. Remember, you are always welcome in Asgard. This is your home, now and forever. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. Thank you, father. For everything. For saving me. For giving me a home. For loving me. Odin pulled him into a tight embrace. You have given me so much in return, Harry. You have brought joy and purpose to my life. You have shown me what it means to be a father. I am forever grateful. Harry hugged him back, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He was leaving his home. He was leaving his family. He was stepping into the unknown. But he was not alone. He had his family, his friends, his power. And he had Loki. The day of Harry's departure arrived far too quickly. He stood on the Bifrost platform, surrounded by his family. Odin was there, his single eye gleaming with pride. Frigg was there, her eyes red from tears. Thor was there, his face split by a grin that didn't quite hide his sadness. Loki was there, his expression carefully neutral, but his hand gripping Harry's shoulder with a desperate intensity. "I'm going to miss you," Harry said, his voice thick with emotion. "We'll miss you too," Frigg said, pulling him into a tight embrace. "But you will be back. And we will visit. Whenever we can." Harry hugged her back, burying his face in her shoulder. "I love you, Mother. I love you all." Frigg pulled back, wiping her eyes. "Be safe, Harry. Be wise. And remember, you are never alone. We are always with you, in your heart and in your soul." Harry nodded, unable to speak. Thor stepped forward, embracing him fiercely. "Brother, I will visit as often as I can. And if you ever need me, just call my name. I will come. No matter where I am, no matter what I'm doing, I will come." Harry smiled against his shoulder. "I know you will, Thor. I know." Thor pulled back, his eyes glistening. "Farewell, brother. Until we meet again." Loki stepped forward, his expression serious. "Harry, I will be with you every step of the way. We will face whatever comes together. I promise you that." Harry smiled, pulling him into an embrace. "I know, Loki. I know." Odin raised Gungnir, and the Bifrost began to glow. "Go, my son. Claim your destiny. Fulfill your prophecy. And remember, you are the god of runes. You are the master of the language of creation. You are worthy of all that you will become." Harry stepped onto the Bifrost, and the world dissolved into light. The journey through the Bifrost was brief, and Harry found himself standing in a familiar clearing in the middle of a forest. The trees were ancient, their branches gnarled with age, and the air was thick with the scent of earth and magic. Hogwarts was in the distance, its towers gleaming in the afternoon sun. Harry could feel the magic pulsing from the castle, ancient and powerful, connected to the runes that lay buried beneath its foundations. "I miss this," Loki said, appearing beside him. "The beauty of Midgard. The simplicity of mortal life." Harry smiled. "It is beautiful. In its own way." Loki nodded. "It is. Now come. Let us not keep the wizards waiting." They walked through the forest, their footsteps silent on the fallen leaves. The trees seemed to part before them, the branches bending out of their way as if recognizing their power. When they reached the edge of the forest, Harry stopped. The castle was before them, magnificent and imposing. Students were streaming through the main gates, their robes fluttering in the breeze. "Ready?" Loki asked. Harry took a deep breath. "Ready." They walked toward the castle, and Harry felt the runes on his skin begin to pulse. Hogwarts was recognizing him. The ancient symbols that lay beneath the castle were awakening, drawn to the power that flowed through his veins. The students stopped as they approached, their eyes widening at the sight of the two figures. Harry could hear the whispers, the speculation, the fear. "Is that Harry Potter? He's so different. He looks like a god. Who is that with him? He's so pale. So unsettling." Harry ignored the whispers, keeping his gaze fixed on the castle ahead. He knew that this was just the beginning. He knew that there were challenges ahead, battles to be fought, enemies to be defeated. But he was not afraid. He was the god of runes. He was the master of the language of creation. And he was ready. The sorting ceremony was held in the Great Hall, and Harry was struck by its beauty. The ceiling was enchanted to reflect the night sky, with thousands of candles floating above the assembled students like stars brought down to earth. Harry sat at the front of the hall, waiting with the other first years. He could feel the weight of hundreds of eyes upon him, could hear the whispered questions that rustled through the crowd like wind through autumn leaves. "Is that really Harry Potter? He looks so powerful. Like he could destroy us all with a thought. Look at his hands. They're covered in something. Runes, I think. Who is that with him? He's not a student. He's too old." Harry forced himself to remain calm, his expression neutral. He knew that this was the beginning of his journey. He knew that he would have to earn the trust of his peers, prove himself worthy of their respect. Loki sat in the shadows, his presence comforting but unobtrusive. Harry could feel his brother's gaze on him, could sense his readiness to intervene if necessary. But Harry didn't need intervention. He was the god of runes. He could handle whatever came his way. The Sorting Hat began to sing, its voice carrying through the hall. Harry listened, his mind wandering back to Asgard, back to his family, back to the life he had left behind. He would return to them. He would see them again. But for now, he had a destiny to fulfill. When the hat was placed on his head, Harry felt its presence in his mind, ancient and wise. "Ah," the hat said, its voice echoing in his thoughts. "Harry Potter, I have been waiting for you. You are remarkable. The power that flows through you is unlike anything I have ever encountered. You are the god of runes, the master of the language of creation. And yet you are also mortal. A child of prophecy. A son of love." Harry was silent, waiting. "Your courage is immense, your wisdom profound, your loyalty unshakable. But your ambition is tempered by kindness. You do not seek power for its own sake. You seek power to protect those you love. That is a rare and precious quality." Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest. "Thank you." The hat was silent for a moment. Then it spoke again. "Where shall I put you, Harry? You have the qualities of every house. The courage of Gryffindor. The wisdom of Ravenclaw. The loyalty of Hufflepuff. The ambition of Slytherin. Any house would be fortunate to have you. But there is one that calls to you above all others. One that will challenge you, shape you, and help you become who you are meant to be." Harry waited. His breath held. "Gryffindor!" the hat shouted. The hall erupted in applause. Harry rose from the stool, a smile spreading across his face, and walked toward the table that had been covered in red and gold. The older students were cheering, pounding the tables, welcoming him with open arms. He had a house. He had a place. He had a family. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter felt like he truly belonged. The weeks that followed were a whirlwind of new experiences. Harry threw himself into his studies, eager to learn everything he could about the magical world. He attended classes with enthusiasm, his natural intelligence and Asgardian training making him a standout student. Professors marveled at his knowledge, his skill, his power. But Harry was careful not to reveal too much. He kept his rune magic hidden, using only the spells and techniques that were taught in class. He knew that his power would be revealed in time, but he wanted to earn the trust of his peers before they saw the full extent of his abilities. His classmates were curious about him, and Harry found himself the object of constant attention. He was friendly but guarded, welcoming but distant. He had friends, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, but he kept a part of himself hidden, a secret that he could never share. Loki, meanwhile, had taken on the role of a mysterious benefactor. He moved through the castle with an ease that surprised Harry, his illusion magic making him appear as a visiting scholar or a distant relative, depending on the situation. He watched over Harry from the shadows, ready to intervene if necessary. "Do you miss Asgard?" Loki asked one evening, as they sat together in the room of requirement. Harry nodded. "Every day. I miss Mother. I miss Father. I miss Thor. But I know I have a purpose here. A destiny to fulfill." Loki nodded, his expression thoughtful. "You are wise beyond your years, Harry. Wiser than most of the ancient gods I have known." Harry smiled. "I had good teachers." Loki returned the smile. "Yes. Yes, you did." The first hint of trouble came in the form of a troll. It was Halloween, and Harry had been enjoying the feast in the great hall when Professor Quirrell burst in, his face pale with terror. "Troll!" he shouted. "Troll in the dungeons! I thought you should know!" And then he collapsed. The hall erupted in chaos. Students screamed, teachers shouted, and Harry felt the runes on his skin begin to pulse with power. "Stay here," he said to Ron and Hermione. "I'll handle this." "But Harry," Hermione started. "Stay here," Harry repeated, his voice brooking no argument. He left the hall, his mind racing. A troll in the dungeons. It had to be connected to Voldemort. There was no way a troll could have gotten into Hogwarts without help. Harry reached the dungeons and found the troll lumbering through the corridors. It was massive, its body covered in warty green skin, its club the size of a small tree. "Stop!" Harry commanded, his voice echoing with power. "By the authority of the God of Runes, I command you to stop." The troll hesitated, its dull eyes flickering with confusion. Harry raised his hand, a rune blazing to life on his palm. "By the power of the All-Mother. By the authority of the 9 realms. By the voice of creation itself. I declare that this creature shall be rendered harmless." The rune flared, and the troll collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Harry knelt beside it, placing his hand on its forehead. He could feel the magic that had been used to control it, dark and twisted, a remnant of Voldemort's influence. "He's here," Harry murmured. "He's in the castle." Loki appeared beside him, his expression grim. "I felt it too. The Dark Lord is here, searching for something. Something hidden in the castle." Harry nodded. "We need to find out what he's looking for. And we need to stop him." Loki smiled, a cold, calculating expression. "Then let's hunt." The search for Voldemort's agent led Harry to the third-floor corridor, where a massive 3-headed dog was guarding a trapdoor. "Fluffy," Ron said, his voice trembling. "That's Fluffy. Hagrid's dog." Harry approached the dog, his hand raised. "By the power of the God of Runes, I command you to stand aside." Fluffy whined, his 3 heads lowering in submission. Harry climbed through the trapdoor, Loki close behind him. The passage led to a series of chambers, each one more dangerous than the last. In the final chamber, they found Professor Quirrell, his turban removed, revealing the face of Voldemort on the back of his head. "Harry Potter," Voldemort hissed. "The child of prophecy. The one who defeated me as a babe. You have grown powerful, I see. But not powerful enough." Harry stepped forward, his eyes blazing. "I am the God of Runes, Voldemort. I am the master of the language of creation. You cannot defeat me." Voldemort laughed, a cold, hollow sound. "We shall see, Harry Potter. We shall see." The battle that followed was brief. Harry summoned his power, the runes on his skin blazing with golden light. He spoke the language of creation, declaring that Voldemort's influence would be banished from the mortal world. The Dark Lord screamed, his form dissolving, but Harry knew it was only a temporary victory. Voldemort was still out there, hiding, plotting, waiting. "He'll be back," Harry said, his voice heavy with the weight of prophecy. "But I'll be ready." Loki placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. "We'll all be ready, little brother. We'll all be ready." The rest of the school year passed in a blur. Harry continued his studies, continued to make friends, continued to grow. He faced challenges and overcame them, discovered secrets and protected them. And through it all, he was never alone. He had his friends. He had his family. He had his power. He was Harry of Asgard, the God of Runes. He was the child of prophecy. He was the one who would shape the future. And he was ready for whatever came next. End of Chapter 8. Thank you.